preparation. Setting up our meeting for YouTube Live. Halfway there. Any second now. Okay, now we'll get a YouTube screen that'll hopefully confirm that everything's working. So far, this has worked out well, with the exception of my faux pas yesterday for forgetting to start the recordings for the afternoon session. All right, so now we're live and being recorded. So this is the afternoon session of day 2. This is the final session. For those watching this on a recording, there was no morning session today, so you didn't miss anything. There are 3 sessions in total. This is the 3rd. I have to, one thing I've just got to do before we get started, to share my screen to show what we've had here in our workshop. These are the 3 scopes that were brought here, and the one closest is the 36-inch f4 JimiScope that Dan and his employee Daniel have built over the last year. And Dan will give the presentation about it today. He'll be the last one up. And if you were part of the workshop last year, you'll remember that Dan was in the design phase, and we had a really interesting brainstorming session about parts of it then. So, but here it is. It's live and in person now. And then the scope in the middle, this is Chris Tribe's 34-inch f 2.89 that he presented yesterday. And it was fascinating to watch him last night use this little trailer mover to power this thing into the back of his pickup, which was really impressive because, you know, the bed of a pickup is pretty high off the ground. And with ramps, it was, it just pushed you right on up there. It was pretty cool. One of those is on my list now, for sure. And then this is my 30-inch f 2.73, which I will talk about also later today. And yeah, I just wanted to show this because this is by far the most impressive display of telescopes we've had at an Alta as workshop in the 15 years that we've been doing this. And I saw Rob's post on Facebook. My wife pointed it out to me today, where he said this is temporarily the largest observatory in Oregon, which I got a real good kick out of. So, all right, so there we go with that. And let's just do another little screen share just to go through the agenda for today. Okay, so we're in my brief welcome back right now. And then we'll see Rob again, and he's going to talk about spray silver coatings and a new test he's come up with for haze. And then Michele, who we saw last year on Zoom, talking about his 800 millimeter project, which is 31.5 inches. And then there's me, and then there's Zane about meniscus mirror projects he's working on. And then Dan wraps it up with the 36-inch f4 direct drive JimiScope, which I think is one of the best names for a scope because it rolls off the tongue and it's perfectly descriptive too. So, okay, so with that, let me go.
Are you able to hear me, Howard?
Pardon?
Oh, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're kind of garbled.
Okay, crap, because I should be muted because I am in the car and I was hoping that no one would hear my noise.
Okay, and who is that talking, by the way?
This is Tom talking.
Oh, hi, Tom. Okay, I can hear. We can hear you better now.
Oh crap.
All right.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna try and mute.
I'm gonna turn this back over.
Can you forcibly mute me?
Okay, I'll try. Here we go. You're muted. Okay, now back to Rob.
All right. Okay. Share screen, and then PMHT, okay. All right, and we have full screen here. Is it coming? Start from beginning. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna do a couple other cleanup things here so I can see what I want to see. There we go. Okay, everybody. Hi. You already know who I am now. That's good. So I don't have to waste any time talking about what I do for a living. Very good. So the poor man's Hayes test was inspired by, well, you need a scapegoat. So Tom, you're my scapegoat today. The worry about how silver degrades or any coatings degrade, and how do we start to understand from a quantitative point of view what is happening. So I started thinking about the poor man's reflectivity test, which uses a camera to measure the reflectivity. And I thought there's an opportunity here. I put it to the test at work and I got some very positive answers. And I said, okay, I'm going to try this, and it seems to work. So I'm going to talk about haze, what it is, where we get the blue haze from in silver coatings, how haze is measured per optical standards, and then the challenges with reflective optics. Haze is easily defined for transmissive stuff, lenses and glasses and windows and whatnot. When you get to mirrors, it gets a little different. Talk about the use of a reference white or a diffuse reflectance standard, which you have to make this work. Go through the process and go through the results. So, all right, so scatter and haze. There are two words that are used interchangeably, but they're not actually the same thing. Scatter is the physical process that light undergoes when it encounters particles upon which the photons scatter, and haze is the appearance of light where you don't want it. Okay, so it's the glow around the sun or the moon, the glow around stars, the clouds in the sky. Sorry, what? Oh, that's what's happening. Admit, thank you.
He works with us.
Better admit him. Yeah, okay. You'll hear brief interchanges as I'm reminded to admit people to the meeting. Okay, so scatter and haze are two different things. Scatter is the physical process. Haze is the appearance, the thing that you see as a result of the scattering. And you probably have heard of Rayleigh scattering. It's what causes the sky to be blue. I stole this chart off the internet, and I think it does a great job of explaining what the two types of scatter are. So you got Rayleigh scattering turning the sky blue, and that is because Rayleigh scattering happens when your particles are very, very small, like 1/10 of a wavelength or smaller in size. And because it's wavelength related, the effects are stronger for shorter wavelengths than they are for longer wavelengths. Kind of makes sense, right? And what you see here in this chart are antenna patterns that you get from a single photon scattering off of a single particle. And the probabilities are that, you get a lot of forward scatter, you get a lot of back scatter, and you get a lot of in-between scatter, but you kind of get a peanut shape out of it, right? And on the other hand, there's another kind of scatter called Mie scattering. And in that case, now you've got larger particles, and Mie scattering is quite a bit different. It comes about from things like fog, clouds, snow, etc., right? And it causes the clouds to look white. It causes snow to look white. And you can see on the antenna pattern for Mie scattering that is very forward directional. So a photon that hits a larger particle is going to tend to scatter more strongly in the forward direction than in any of the other directions. Now, to an observer looking up at the sky, you're looking at the Rayleigh scattering, again, more strongly affected. Blue light is more strongly affected than red light. The sky looks blue. If you're looking toward the source, that could be the full moon or the sun or whatever, you're going to see white, a white haze, a white halo around that source, right? You're all familiar with that. So there you go. Now, I kind of skipped over the thing on the left, but you can all read it. So it's the blue haze in silvered mirrors that we really wanted to address here, and that's where this is going. So let's go to the next slide, and that's a mouse wheel. Yep, okay.
You can also just push the
Page down?
page down.
Page down works. Oh, perfect, okay. Yeah, oh, not the big 22, the question was the halo around the moon, me scattering. If you're thinking of the 22-degree halo, that big one, no, but just the one in close to the moon, that's me scattering. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's talk about what happens on a silver-coated mirror. So we have, first of all, a piece of glass. We've got silver crystals stacking up on top of it. We've got a telescope side and a bathroom side. I call it the bathroom side because that's how your bathroom mirrors are made, by depositing silver on the back of them and then painting them black on the other side to keep the silver from tarnishing. You didn't know that, Dan?
I'll never forget it.
You'll never forget it. Okay. All righty. Silver is very, very cheap to put down on large surfaces, which is why we're interested in using silver on our telescope mirrors of 25 inches and more aperture, because vacuum coatings just become astronomically expensive, right? So, so silver is a good thing, but we got to use the telescope side. We can't use the bathroom side. So what happens, as you can see in my cheesy diagram here, is that right up against the glass, you've got a great coating. But as these particles, they may be crystals, they may just be clumps of molecules, as they stack up, they become less well aligned. And if you continue spraying silver when your mirror is already done, you're only going to start adding haze. And we've seen this. Anybody who's done silvering has probably seen this, where you just overshoot and it's like, oh, now I got haze. What am I going to do about that? So part of the process is knowing when to stop at this layer and not go into this layer, right? So, all right, now.
You need an electron microscope for that.
Scanning electron microscope as you're spraying silver. Okay, let's see. So the deal is, of course, that when you have incident light coming down on something with a bunch of discontinuities in it, those discontinuities are scattering centers or scattering targets. And if they're very, very small, less than a tenth of a wavelength of light, as they should be, then you're going to scatter blue light more strongly because it's Rayleigh scattering. On the other side, you know, you're coming in through glass and you're just seeing that nice surface of the glass and it looks great. So that it's all specular. There's really no scatter off the bathroom side. Okay, now I'm going to go way simple. I don't know everybody's experience. I know that there's some people who are going to glaze over as I talk about how light works, but for those of you who have never seen this before, this is for you. So blue light is of shorter wavelength than red light. We're talking about waves now. Light can be a particle or a wave, but a light thought of as a wave has electric fields that oscillate, and those peaks and valleys of the field are closer together than in blue light than they are for red light. And that is the very property that causes the colors to look different, that causes dispersion in lenses and causes dispersion in diffraction gratings, et cetera, et cetera. So light is a wave of electromagnetic energy. Colors are dependent on wavelength. The shorter wavelengths are bluer. That's really all you need to know there. Now, refraction. You're very familiar with refraction, I hope. But if you're not, then you just look to the Pink Floyd album cover and it tells you everything you need to know. It tells you that light comes in to an angled surface. It bends and it bends, and the red light is bent less than the blue light. That is called dispersion. And
That's because of the speed of light change.
that's because the speed of light in the medium changes, as Dan Gray points out. That's right. And that's exactly where I'm going next. See, some of you are ahead here. All right, this is good. So the property that describes this is called refractive index. And the refractive index changes for different wavelengths of light. And that's what produces the dispersion. Air has an index of 1, water of 1.33, glass starts at about 1.5 and goes all the way to 2. polymers like plastics are in the 1.5 to 1.6-ish range. And yeah, the higher the index, the more the bending. Okay, and you know, artist, good work, but you really should have had the colors splitting at the beginning because they do. But okay. Now, here's the thing that you haven't thought of before maybe, and that's this. In the medium, the speed of light changes, as Dan pointed out, but because the speed of light changes, that means the wavelength has to change as well. So whatever wavelength you had in index of 1 becomes shortened in an index of 1.5. Speed of light goes down, the wavelength shortens accordingly. It's a conservation of energy thing, actually. Same is true for red. So now what was red light in air actually becomes blue light in the medium. You do the math, I had it on the previous page, or did I? No, I didn't. Maybe it's on the next page. Oh, no, it's right here. Wavelength in medium equals wavelength in air divided by the refractive index. Lead Andean. Okay, here we go. All right. So what that means when you think about scatter is that if I have a coating over this silver of a refractive index greater than 1, the light that comes into that material has a wavelength that is shortened. It now scatters what was maybe red light, now becomes blue light. It Rayleigh scatters and then comes back out. It comes back out as blue light again. Or
Is passing through it and then back out again double the index, or does it not matter at all?
no, passing twice through the medium, what happens is this. I kind of glossed over it. I should have said, don't worry, it shifts to red again after leaving the medium and all as well. So if your red light becomes blue light in the medium, reflects off the back, comes back out to here and goes index of 1, it's now back to its original wavelength. And that's important to understand. There are no permanent effects here. Okay. So this is what happens when your mirror is wet. You've sprayed your silver, everything's wet, and you look at it and it's, oh, it's got blue haze all over it. And then you let it dry, and it's like, oh, it doesn't look so bad. Somebody needs to mute. I will mute you if I find you. Come on, mute. Not working.
Good gracious. Hey, Andy.
Andy, mute. Mute, Andy. He's not even there is the problem. He doesn't know he's making noise. And, I've obviously bored him to death, so he's like, I'm going to play drums over you.
Okay.
I think I can kick him out. He's in there twice.
Oh, very good. Thank
All
you.
right. Okay. Wow.
Thank you, Andy.
That was very entertaining. Where was I?
Okay, so light waves return to their original wavelength.
Light waves return to their original wavelength in air when they re-encounter air. If that wasn't the case, then all hell would break loose and, well, there would be something wrong with the universe. Okay. So as I was saying, you sprayed your silver and it by gosh, looks like you might have some blue haze. And if you let it dry, it goes away or it reduces anyway. And this is why, is because now you're back to in air and you've got red light doing red light things and blue light doing blue light things. Okay, let's move on. It's going to let me, or am I all, there we go. Okay, this is really just kind of a throwaway slide. I put this in here for anybody who wants to learn more about Rayleigh scattering. I looked at these 3 links and boy, in 2 minutes, I learned everything I needed to learn about Rayleigh scattering. Of course, I already knew from before, but it was good. It was good. And so you can go to these links and get up to speed here. So, all right. Now, I'm going to talk about how haze is measured professionally. I've done a lot of this myself. You use what's called an integrating sphere. It is a ball on the inside of which is coated typically barium sulfate, but there's some other proprietary polymeric stuff that lasts longer, and it's very highly reflective, like 98, 99% white reflectance and very diffuse. So question about previous slide. Yes.
So, oh no, before that.
Before that.
So red light comes in, turns to blue and scatters.
Yeah.
And leaves and comes back.
Yeah.
You still see haze.
Yeah.
Because it was blue when it hit the surface. Scattered like blue light.
Right. So
It won't be, oh, okay.
so the question was, light comes in red, shifts blue, scatters off the silver, comes back out of the water and shifts red again. Do you still see haze? And the answer is yes. The thing is that, I guess what I should really say is that when your mirror is wet and you see this blue haze, it's not pure blue. It's kind of bluish white. It's more blue than it is red, but it's kind of a bluish white. It means that all wavelengths are being scattered. That means red light coming in to that mirror is being scattered, and when it comes back out of that water, it's still red light, and it has been scattered. When the mirror is dry now, the propensity of that red light to scatter is greatly reduced. And in fact, the propensity for all light to be scattered is greatly reduced. So that's why a dry mirror looks better than a wet mirror does. Does that answer your question?
Except for the fact I'm wondering, you were distinguishing between red and blue light when you talked about Rayleigh scattering for plain white sky.
Okay, except for the fact that I said Rayleigh scattering is what makes the sky look blue.
Right.
But is the sky as blue as that blue tablecloth? No. Maybe if you're very lucky, but it's not pure blue. The sky, in fact, looking out the window right now, the sky is kind of blue, but it's heavily affected by smoke, which is adding in Rayleigh scatter. I mean, it's adding in Mie scatter. The sky is never a pure blue. It's sky blue, right? It's kind of a muted blue. All wavelengths are being scattered, blue more so. So you got to think of this in terms of probabilities, not absolutes.
So is the scattering by the mirror less blue than the sun?
Scattering by a mirror less blue than the sky? I'd have to think about that. I would say that if you screw it up, your scattering is going to look white. Your mirror is going to look white if you screw it up. If you get it right, there's going to be so little scatter that that's really a hard question to answer. Maybe less blue, maybe more blue, but so low that you just can't see it. I don't know. There's a slide on this, sort of on this later. I'm going to compare. I'll give it away a little bit. I'm going to compare a really good professionally done aluminum coating, a really crummy silver coating, and a pretty good silver coating. And you'll see some differences going on in the numbers. Okay. So hold that thought. Let's move on to how haze is measured. So ASTM D1003 is a standard that one would follow to measure haze in a window or a lens, something transmissive. And you put your sample where that yellow box is shown, but you got to take two other measurements to kind of calibrate the system. And the math is very simple. It's the value you measure at T4 divided by the value you measure at T2 minus the value, the ratio of T3 to T1, okay? And times 100%. And when you get to values of about 1% or lower, then you know you're in the good range. And if you see values that are like 0.1% and lower, then you have not only a good optic, but a really good measurement system, because it's hard to get down to these kinds of measurement numbers. I typically see with this kind of a setup about 0.05 to 0.1% just in this coefficient here, T3 divided by T1. And then when I put the sample in, depending on what it is, it could be anywhere from, another 0.2% to several percent, depending on what it is I'm measuring and how it was made. So
Let's be like T3 would have 0 on the.
the question was, looks like T3 would have 0 on the detector. And the answer is, you're right, if you had a perfect beam of light going through here. And I typically use a laser, which is as damn close to perfect as you can get. But in a good dark room with a good sensor right here, you pick up some stray photons. And they show up down in the picowatt or nanowatt range when you've got milliwatts of laser light coming through. So it depends on just how clean your optics. If you're measuring something that's really stinking clean, you're going to need this value to be really good, and you have to measure it. So this is the standard. All right. Now, this is not what I'm going to impose on the amateur astronomy world, because it wouldn't be a poor man's Hayes test otherwise. But before I show you what I'm up to, what we got to know is what happens with reflective optics. So there's another set of standards, ISO 13803:2014. This standard talks about paints and varnishes, and it's kind of a combination of gloss testing and haze testing as well. Like you're looking for, is my paint glossy or is it matte? Is it flat, eggshell, whatever the heck you get at the paint store, right? And the way they set this test up is that you have a light source. You shine that incident light on at about a 20-degree angle on your paint surface, and you get a combination of diffuse reflection and gloss reflection, and it all lands on your diode array. Okay, what they're not showing is that you probably have a camera here instead of just a diode array, but okay. It's what you get when you steal from the internet. So it also requires the use of a reflectance standard, and I'm going to show you that coming up here. But the geometry of this thing is real simple. The concepts behind it are real simple. And again, thinking about what the PMRT, the reflectivity test, looks like, I realized that I probably have the tools at my disposal to do something like this and actually get to an accurate haze reading. So let's see. Apparently, I just skipped to what my reference white is. So it's a chip of Teflon. In fact, I have it for the people in the room. It's sitting on the table over there under a desk lamp. So I measured my Teflon chip against a reflectance standard at work with a calibrated photometer. And the results that I got were that my Teflon was about 86, 87, 88% reflective in the 3 color bands of interest. So Teflon is really not a very good reflectance standard, but I like it because it's easy to keep clean. Honestly, printer paper is typically 90 to 92, and you could do a better job with printer paper, but I thought, well, Teflon, okay. Point being, I think you'd be in good shape if you just went to Office Depot and bought a ream of 92% printer paper and then laid down 10 sheets of it on top of your mirror as the reflectance standard. That would probably work just fine. So, all right. So now I'm going to talk about the process, how it's set up, what the measurements look like, and then I'm going to get to the results. And this is very much like the ISO 13803 standard, but I do something fundamentally different here. Where in the standard, they had the measuring camera in the specular beam. I put the measuring camera out of the specular beam so that I only look at the haze. And that was the key. That's all I needed to do. So the setup is simply this. If you're in the room, you can see it right over there. you have a spotlight shining on a mirror with a reflectance standard sitting in the middle of it, and then something black up above. And I tried this both with a sheet of black EVA foam over the top of my telescope right here. And then I decided to try it outside at night under a light polluted sky. This spotlight being so bright that it completely swamps whatever the sky is doing. And I got a good black in the night sky. So this becomes very easy for people to do now. You don't even need a piece of black foam. But you do need to have a spotlight, a reflectance standard, and a measuring camera. And the measuring camera that I'm using at the moment is my Google Pixel 4 in RAW mode. And the RAW mode is important just like it was in the PMRT. Okay. Now, what's happening, of course, is that you're going to take a picture of this whole thing, and you're going to see what's called Lambertian antenna pattern coming off of your reflectance standard. So you want something that's a good flat white, a sheet of printer paper, piece of Teflon that's been fine sanded, and that's going to give you your reference. And then coming off of the mirror, you see I moved my ray of light over to the mirror side, and now you're going to have a little bit of antenna pattern from a Lambertian, a little bit of antenna pattern from me scattering if you've got large particles, and then a specular beam that's going to miss your camera. And your camera is now only looking at the scattered light. Okay. So you're looking at these lobes from me and Rayleigh scattering only. All right. So what does it look like? Well, here's the first step. You record your image in RAW mode. And I just cut and pasted the image J appearance of that raw image, and it looks terrible. You can barely see the mirror. The reflective standard is dull. There's a big glint off of whatever was behind the mirror, and but that's how it gets pulled in. And you want to make sure, of course, that your white reference right here is not overexposed. You hit 50 to 70%, you're good. If you overexpose, you're going to have bad data. The silver itself is going to be black. You're not going to see the mirror at all, hopefully. All right, you're going to calibrate the camera. So this is where I hold this chip of Teflon up against the sky. I put it on a post and just kind of held it at arm's length, and then shot it with my cell phone in RAW mode, using the sky as the background. And I'm going to come back to this image later and show you how I used it as a measurement tool. Okay. All right. And now we get into the real nitty gritty here using image J. You open up the brightness and contrast tool, and it pops up with a window. It's called B&C for brightness and contrast. And if you pay attention to the slider at the bottom of your image, you can slide from red to green to blue channel, and this window will update accordingly. What I did here was I just pasted it in 3 instances, but you never get 4 windows here. You only get the one, and you have to pay attention to what color channel you're in. Luckily, what they do is the little histogram here is color coded. So it's red here, it's green here, and it's blue here. So the first thing that you do is you slide the maximum down, and it brightens up the red channel. And then you go to the green channel and you slide the maximum down, and you keep doing that for the blue channel. And now you get to where you can actually see your mirror against the background. But this is important. Do not hit apply. Do not hit apply. You're not going to change any of your histograms. You're just changing how it's being viewed so that you can take some accurate measurements. All right. Then what you do is you grab one of these tools. So you get the polygon tool, and you can create a closed form around the inside perimeter of your mirror. And then you want to exclude the reference. So I had to cut in a channel here, and you can see it enlarged here. And then you add that to your region of interest manager. Then you go and create a polygon on your reference itself and add that. And now you've got 2 different regions of interest. They're mutually exclusive, and one's looking at only haze, and the other one's only looking at the reflectance standard itself. At this point, it looks just like the PMRT. You've got 2 places to measure. You go down here to more,
What does
and
PMRT stand
poor man's reflectivity test. Okay. So then this, if you've ever done the PMRT, this will look very familiar because you'll have your three regions of interest, I mean, sorry, you get two regions of interest. That's area 1 and area 2, and your 3 color channels. Copy and paste. I like to put it in Excel. We only care about the mean values here. So I look at mean 1 and mean 2, which you see here, mean 1 and mean 2. And then channel 1 is red, channel 2 is green, and channel 3 is blue. So I have it red, green, blue here. Then you do a little bit of math. And the math is pretty straightforward. So, oh wait, I got to talk about the calibration image, right? Okay, so this is that calibration image that I took of the Teflon up against the sky. I do the same thing. I created regions on either side, and then one right on the Teflon itself, and then I did the math. And so what I'm doing here is actually measuring the haze in the camera itself, because what if my lenses are dirty in my camera, right? Well, obviously I want them to be as clean as possible, but they'll never be zero. So, and lo and behold, I got a stronger value for haze in the blue channel than I did in the green or the red. And my camera has its own blue haze, but there's fractions of a percent here, which is great. That's what I would expect to get for a good camera. 0.2, 0.1%, no problem. Question, yes. Oh, admit, yes. Thank you, okay. So I kind of think that these low values is that haze, or is it just noise because it's a cell phone camera? But we can debate that. In the end, it's not very important with respect to the kinds of haze that we're seeing in actual mirrors. All right, now, the final answer then is to do the same kind of math on your Teflon and mirror. And so mean 1 was the Teflon, mean 2 was the mirror. And well, the math is simply this: mean 2 divided by mean 1 times the absolute reflectivity of Teflon, which you recall was in the 80s, right? So that scales things, minus the camera haze. So that's why you want to know what the camera is. So you get that to take off. All right. So there you go. After having a piece of silver sitting in my garage for 3 months, I got a haze level that was on par with my expectations. It was never a perfect mirror. It's sitting right there. It has extra dust on it now than when I took the data back in early September. But these are the comparisons now of 3 different mirrors in different states. So over here on the left is a large secondary mirror that's going to be put into my 16-inch if I ever get it done. It's a brand new coating. This is Agena Optics that I got it from. So it's not enhanced silver, but darn good and clean. What you can see right up here is the lamp itself. That's the very same lamp that's on the table here. And I let it creep into the view so that my camera's exposure would get this right. So that, you know, this is overexposed, but this isn't. So that was kind of a nice trick. And it also kind of gives you a no kidding scale of just what this mirror looks like. Like I said, it's brand new. You can see some flaws on it. I've got dust on it, by golly, you know. So there's something going on, but it's a really good mirror. This is my current 12-inch mirror. It looks terrible, but it gives me perfectly satisfactory views. It doesn't pass the flashlight test, but I'm very happy with the views. Yeah, I want to recode it very soon. And this is this 11-inch thing. It's a spherical mirror, not a telescope mirror. When it was freshly silvered, it looked extremely good. And these are the numbers on it. So here we see this new diagonal came in with numbers that were, you know, 0.25% and lower. And they didn't really follow expectations for Rayleigh scattering. The green was a little higher than the blue, for example. Well, why is that? That could be the camera calibration. That could be just the fact that it's so dang good. My horrible looking mirror here was only 1.5% or so, stronger in the blue, of course. And this more of a fresh silver here was 1.2, 1.15, and 0.83. And this followed the blue haze thing very nicely. More scatter in the blue and less in the red. And perfectly serviceable coating, by the way. The flaws that you see in here are actually scratches in the glass. They're not silver flaws at all, except for this big sucker right here, which was a thumbprint or something I didn't get cleaned off and the silver didn't stick.
Well,
No.
you should be able to tell who put the thumbprint on there by analyzing the print.
That was Dan with a snarky question. All right. Now, so then that leads me to my last slide, which is going to segue into life testing, and then we're going to have some discussion. But before I get there, what does Midas do to this whole thing? Midas is a coating that we put on our silver mirrors to keep them from tarnishing. And the whole reason I had the introductory stuff about wavelength in a medium changing was not just to explain that your wet mirror looks more hazy than a dry mirror, but what about the Midas? Because that's a transparent film overlaying the silver and it's doing the same thing. I don't know what the refractive index is, but it's not 1. It's got to be somewhere around 1.5 or higher, who knows? And so, well, what I did was I poured Midas in the center of this mirror and let that sit for 10 minutes. And then I quickly drained and rinsed it off. And so I have a central Midas zone and an outer periphery that's bare silver. And you can see that, lo and behold, the Midas area has slightly more haze than the silvered area. The previous measurement was averaging everything. And now this separates them out. And you see, lo and behold, the silver is a little less than the average and the Midas is a little higher than the average. Both follow that Rayleigh scattering assumption quite well. And so, yeah, the Midas is adding a little bit of haze to the system. Is it worth it? Well, that's a personal choice, but the data says, by golly, it sure is. So this is the same mirror. The date it was coded was June 5th of this year. Central part again with Midas. And I had then did the PMRT at various times up to, what was that, August, I don't know, 6th or 7th, something like that. And you can see that the silver, the bare silver is degrading much more rapidly than the Midas silver is. And this is completely unprotected in the garage. I keep it nearly vertical to keep dust from collecting on it. But other than that, you know, it's seeing everything. And it's no surprise that it's tarnishing now at basically an equivalent rate. But in the early days, obviously the Midas was doing something. And so therefore, you know, use it. We have some evidence now of mirrors going out from 1 to 3 years if properly stored and used. So this is a good thing. And at this point, then we can have an open discussion on silver coatings. Questions about my presentation first, please, and then just whatever anybody has to say about it, your results, experiences, learnings, whatever, we'd like to hear it. And I think, how long do we have, Howard?
We have about 8 minutes.
8 minutes. I went longer than I thought. Okay. All right. Questions? Yeah.
I was speaking to Howard the other day that silver tarnishes, that tarnish affects blue light more than red light. Did you see that?
Yeah. So does tarnish affect blue light more than red light? Yes, absolutely. That was reported on earlier. As silver tarnishes, the absorption coefficient goes up more quickly in the blue than it does in the red. Absolutely. And the tarnish becomes yellow. Yes.
Is there also an effect with the anti-tarnish? That was just the graph that you showed us.
Yeah. So what I'm doing in that graph, what are you seeing? This is actually the blue channel reflectivity. Yes. The red and the green are flatter. So I'm going for the worst here. What I think we've shown before was that, once your blue channel drops to below 90%, it's generally time to think about recoating. And when I say 1 to 3 years, I'm talking about blue channels that have gotten into the high 80s by the time they're recoated.
You know, and I think that's very true in terms of just the visual aspect, looking at the coating.
Mhm.
Looks like, oh God, this looks horrible. I need to recoat it. On my, the longest I went with the silver coating on my 28-inch was 2 years, 23 and a half months. And by far the best, most detailed, most brightest, most emotionally satisfying views of the Veil Nebula complex were just a few weeks before I took that measurement. And in the blue, I was at 88%.
Wow.
Yeah,
After 2 years.
after 2 years, yeah. Yeah, I was still well into the 90s in the green and in the red channels. So even an ugly looking silver coating, just by glancing at it, still performed or can perform wonderfully well.
Right.
You know, if an aluminum coating looked that bad, as my almost 2-year-old silver coating did, I would be up in arms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because of all the money I would have
It's an
spent.
expensive coating
But
in aluminum. Yeah.
the thing of it was is that it performed so beautifully. And yeah, it's pretty remarkable because we can measure this so easily now because of your PMRT. It's really a valuable tool to help gauge, do I really need to recoat my silver coated mirror to get better performance? That is significantly noticeable.
Right. Well, and as they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder,
Yes.
and that's a major factor in visual observing. I'm very encouraged to hear you say that. And my problem has been not tarnish, but all these other things that have
Yes.
gotten on my mirror.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's because of how I store it. And I need to up my game on mirror storage. You've got that dialed in, Howard, I think.
Well, I think Mel has it dialed in just because he
Oh,
lives in
Well, okay. No,
Central Oregon.
Mel doesn't count. All right. I'm sorry, Mel, but
We all moved to sisters, we'd be in better shape.
yeah, we
Is that
would.
Midas coating that if you were removing it chemically?
No, Midas just doesn't harm. It has no protection against green river or ferric chloride. It just comes right off. Yeah,
Some of the coatings they put on the illuminizers.
absolutely. If you were to put silicon dioxide over silver, then your removal time would increase, but you would still be able to remove it. Yeah, yeah. Any questions online? I'm going to look in the
Rob,
chat.
I put one in the chat for you.
Oh, very good. Flashlight tests. Have you done the test, separated the results between passing and failing flashlight tests? Well, so I don't really know what it means to pass or fail a flashlight test, but I do know what these various haze values look like. So I think that's a question to dive into in the future as we get more familiar with end of life of coatings and performance and all that.
So I can see where Mel's coming from in his question, because when he first silvered his 30-inch mirror last, I guess December it was. And I mean, and it turned out it was the best silver coating I've seen so far. And we as soon as it was moderately dry, we put it in his telescope and wheeled it outside to observe. And during all that, I shone my red flashlight down the optical tube just to do the flashlight test. And I could see the reflection of the red flashlight, and there was no visible scatter. There was no dust. There was no anything.
Mhm.
It was just this deep well.
Yeah. Well, you're
And-
using a red flashlight.
yeah.
Good.
So
but
that's good.
yeah.
And then I turned on the white flashlight, and the same
Oh.
thing. I mean, it's like there was nothing there.
Okay.
I mean, and I
Yeah.
imagine that, if a haze measurement had been done on it right then,
Yeah.
it would have been an extraordinarily low score.
That probably would have been on the order of the camera itself.
Yeah.
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 And I'm not surprised. I mean, I am surprised that a 30-inch mirror can be that good everywhere with not a single flaw. That's truly remarkable. When I first put a polish on my 16, I did silver it and reported on that. I think that was some time ago. Remember the mirror kissing? That, of course, I never put it in a telescope, but I couldn't see any flaws in that either. I'd achieved a very good state of polish. So unfortunately, you know, it wasn't parabolized. So who knows what I'm going to get when I'm done.
Yeah, I think maybe one thing to add as a color, as an addition to this discussion, is that, you know, a silver coating, when it's done really well, I think probably has less scatter than an aluminum coating done really well. Because I've never seen as good a flashlight test on an aluminum coating as I did on Mel's 30.
That could be true. I don't know, but it's certainly worth putting to the test. I thought that secondary of mine was as good as any coating I've ever seen, but it was aluminum.
Yeah, it's aluminum versus silver,
Yep.
and maybe there's something
Maybe.
different between those two.
Yeah. I know my 12-inch isn't polished out all the way, so it'll never have a good low answer, but well, someday it will.
Someday.
But not soon. Question.
Is there?
You're measuring the age, so what is not actually functional?
Yep.
Does that mean that 1 minus the activity is actually two complementary?
Yeah. So
why
yeah.
use the reflective test rather than an Higgs test? Are they?
Oh, they're different things. So the question was, what is that energy, the Hayes energy, where does that fit into the conservation of energy? And then should I use one test or the other? And the first answer is you got the sum total of light hitting your mirror. You've got reflection, transmission, absorption, and scatter. And typically in optics, we treat it as the sum of the reflection, the transmission, and the losses equals 1. Losses are then absorption, scatter, and whatever other things that might be taking your photons away from you. So energy is conserved, obviously. Now, should I use one test or the other? The answer is use both. The reflectivity test was developed to get a handle on how silver was aging, so we could see what the tarnishing was doing. The Hayes test came about when we realized that sometimes this blue haze is a problem where it isn't, right when you coat the mirror. So right when your coating is fresh, if you were to do this test and see that you're getting numbers in the 1.5% to 3%, something like that, I'd question it. And I'd say, maybe I want to recoat that because I got all my chemicals ready to go and see if I can't do it better. And if not, then just use it and see what you get. But it wasn't so much meant as a life test or is my mirror too dirty test. That I think is more of the beauty is in the eye of the beholder category. But for those who have to know, and I'm certainly one of those guys, you know, how good is silver compared to aluminum? Ideally on the same substrate would be great. This would be a cheap way of finding out. So
if you measured a value for haze on them
mhm,
that was high,
mhm,
let's say it's like 4 or 5%.
yeah.
Okay, so it's really a high number. Would that impact the reflectivity score?
Yes, so the question was, would a high Hayes value impact the reflectivity score? Well, it has to because of conservation of energy. So if I had 5% in Hayes, I would expect to not even come close to 95% in the reflectivity because I know I've got some absorption there. So that's another.
Plus, it would be just readily visible to the naked eye.
Right, it would just look like a cloudy mirror at 5%. Absolutely would. Yeah. How am I doing for time?
Depends on-
Time's up. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So going back to your stacked bricks image, of the silver coating, how are we going to eliminate the haze or at least dramatically reduce it? Because you said basically, if we're laying down more silver on top of silver, that's when we get into trouble. I seem to be like when I'm coating it and I look at it from behind and I can see through it, I just intuitively feel like I don't have enough silver, and so I want to lay down some more. So how are we going to find this sweet spot of the right amount of silver to get the reflectivity that we want without inducing haze?
Thank you, Tom. In fact, I really kept you in mind as I was preparing this thing, because you have shown us some really good silver coatings. And what I think is the following. First of all, these coatings are so thin that they'll never become completely opaque before they become completely hazy, right? We're getting numbers that are in the 90s, 95 to 96-ish. I think that the other 4% is really transmission losses more than it is absorption losses at these thicknesses. So I kind of think we're there on the thickness of the coating, and it really is all about knowing when to stop spraying. When you get that, you look through the silver and you see it's a dark blue and it's uniform, stop. And at that point, do a PMRT on it, and your numbers are in the 90s, man, you did great, right? If it's not uniform, keep going. If it starts to become hazy, stop and do both a PMRT and a PMHT on it and see what the numbers are before you decide to do anything aggressive like buffing it or whatever, right? That's my recommendation. And I think there's still a lot to learn. So, and Tom, I know you're going to push the envelope on this, and I'm rooting for you. So that help, Tom?
Yeah, no, definitely. So I guess I need to be more patient on my next one, and I'm running out of my original chemicals, so I'm gonna have to be using the new stuff, which is just inherently slower. But I guess I'm just gonna have to hold back a little bit and maybe stop before I think I should, but do the measurement. And unfortunately, once you do the measurement, it's too late, and you're gonna have to like strip and redo the whole process. So yeah, but yeah, I guess in the next one I'll try that. I'll err on the side of less silver and maybe be pleasantly surprised by the reflection numbers still.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
I would, my recommendation to you, Tom, is make sure you have a uniform coating as you look through the mirror, and that when you get that uniformity, you're probably done. And I think you'll have very good results with that. All right.
Yeah, I noticed though that, because the mirror is on an angle, that inherently it seems like it's less coated towards the top of the mirror than along the bottom of the mirror. So, I tend to do a coat. Yeah,
right?
Well, that's what I tend to do. Yeah.
That's a good technique. I've learned from you on that one. Howard?
Yeah.
You
No,
go.
that is a good technique.
Okay.
So I just want to add to, so this is about blue haze.
Well,
Sometimes we see a whitish haze.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different thing. I think that's I'm starting to think that's the result of a cleaning process that we didn't completely rinse everything off.
Oh, yes. That white haze can look like you spilled white paint on it even, or sometimes it even goes brown.
It can go brown.
And then you've got cleaning problems and chemistry problems. And
Well, when
who
it's
knows
brown,
what.
it's chemistry.
Yep,
problems.
yep.
But when it's a white haze and it's kind of splotchy looking,
Yep.
I think that's just incomplete cleaning,
Yeah, I
or at
agree.
least rinsing.
Yeah, I totally agree. In fact, when I started using the chalk for cleaning, I thought I was clean, and I was getting the haziest coatings I'd ever gotten. And then I realized, oh, I should probably just use a clean glove and wipe the whole surface and rinse and wipe and rinse. And it was your finding on Mel's scope, I think, about that with the
Yeah,
was a
because
stripe.
on his
Yeah.
first attempt, it was just like white haze everywhere.
Yeah,
and you could see where the white marks. were.
right.
And so it was like, obviously, we just didn't clean it
Yep,
well enough,
yep,
didn't rinse
yep.
it well enough. So the second time around, Mel was fastidious in making sure. And the key there was then on his second attempt, when he was rinsing and making sure everything's clean, the glass was squeaking.
Right.
Squeaky glass is good
Squeaky glass is good glass. Okay,
Okay, that's all I have to say.
thank you. Okay.
Okay. So, thank you, Rob. Um, always like it when he comes up with a new test. And
All out now.
yeah, so now we're going to get an update on the 800-meter project. McKelly's going to give us an update, and if you were part of last year's workshop, you'll remember that he first introduced the 800-meter project, and now he's got a year's worth of building, and I'm looking forward to seeing just how far he's come along. But first, I need to download his presentation to the laptop here so he can. Oh, here, let's do this first. All right. Yeah, first I need to. All right, here we go. Now we're getting.
Sorry, I didn't stop my slides, sorry.
That's all right. We can take care of that. Okay, that must be final 800. All right. Bring that up. Must be a big presentation.
Yeah, a couple of videos in there. It's super freaking long.
Yeah, this is an old laptop. All right, thanks for everyone's patience here.
Tell Tom I really like his caricature.
Oh yeah, Tom, we all love your caricature, but Rob especially. Okay.
Sorry, you talking about mine?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it looks just like you.
yeah.
Okay, so you want me to bring it up on the screen for you? Okay. Okay.
Wow, you got a good telescope.
You see that? The only thing that we share is the timeline.
Okay, here you go. Take it away in the. Good. Thanks, John.
Excellent. So first of all, thanks a lot for the warm welcoming. I really appreciate being among people with the same passion and same huge telescope. It's really great. So we're going through an update from last year's presentation. Unfortunately, it's not going to be raising as much enthusiasm like, yes, there is like Chris or Dan, there is now the final project, you see it and so on. But we're getting closer, and it's giving me the chance to talk about a couple of processes and a couple of subsystems that we put some effort into in the last year. So just a brief recap. We're a small team, we're a bunch of guys in northern Italy. But I live in London. I live and work in London. So sometimes logistics is a bit tricky, and it's a 2 hours flight. But we try to do the best, getting the best out of that. So we're going to recap just very quickly what is this project is all about. And this is a long description to say, to frame a little bit the vision that we have. And that is, I think that there's a gap between amateur astronomy and professional astronomy. You see that in diameters, but you see also in the number of people. There's a lot of amateur astronomers are taking exquisitely long hours of integration. They're taking nice pictures. So the question is, can we translate some of this energy into taking data for doing science? And this telescope is, this telescope itself is just a milestone of a bigger picture. That is, the telescope itself that we're going to talk about in a minute is a proof of concept to me, so that in the future somebody can look at that and say, oh, if I follow exactly the instruction that will be open source and available, and the processes, I can achieve the performances that these proof of concept is showing. So what are the performances? This needs to be a large telescope being able to do long exposure, basically. You can then remotize it and running a script, which are subsequent steps. But the big vision here, and I know is very ambitious, is I'm absolutely aware of that, is we're not even getting to the final step of the project, but the vision is that, to me, success looks like a university in Bangladesh with low budget, or a group of amateur astronomers in Argentina, or a crazy guy in Australia, or a guy in the Philippines. Following the processes, they can build an object that can achieve this level of performances, right? So every single step, material, process, thing that we had conceived here, it has in mind, can the guy source the material anywhere in the world? Sometimes in Europe or in the United States, finding the supply of some items is way easier than in other parts of the world. So that means that in terms of material is way lighter in terms of cost and so on. It takes a big toll on process, because you need to make the material a bit working in a smarter way somehow. So just recapping the feature of this telescope, it's right now is an 800 millimeter. The first mirror is an 800 millimeter with a focal length that is equal to an f3.4. It is ALTAS because it has to be honest, with this kind of dimension. I see that it is absolutely shared. Driver and encoders based on the SciTech 2. It needs to be transportable. In my mind, it is fairly lightweight. It is definitely the kind of stuff that you want to keep it in a place, but you can take it down and transport it in some way. To European standard, you can put it in a small van in terms of dimension, just about. We don't have these huge pickup trucks. It's got a 4 inches focuser because I say, okay, let's, and it has a derotator and a guider integrated into that. All right, so another slide about what is driving us in the project is no frills, meaning that it's something really think it doesn't really add much to the project. We're not adding that. Not because it's beautiful, not because everybody's doing that. If we don't think it's really driving us closer to the success of the project, we take it off. We don't care. And every kind of decision, we try, it's not easy, but we try to have it data-driven, science-driven. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes a little bit more tricky, but it is our intent. And of course, everything needs to be, as I stressed earlier, DIY friendly. So what a year of progress made is we had bits and pieces 1 year ago, and we recently were able to pull it all together. I think the picture on the right is telling two things. One is that we just made it to the ceiling. It's like it's half an inch to the ceiling. This is like we were a little bit baffled about how big it is. And yeah, the garage is getting smaller with the stuff out there. But yeah, it was a big satisfaction to see the whole thing being put together. Now, jumping to the conclusion of the presentation that we had last year, and then we're going back to another few points. Cost and timing. These are just this is my legacy from the automotive industry. I'm running a so-called bill of materials. So I have a spreadsheet listing all the components and the percentage of completion, the weight, the cost, the sourcing, and annotation, whatever it is. So right now, all these numbers do not include the mirror, because I think the mirror is a project by itself. And incidentally, we have a mirror now, we have another blank. I really think that it would be third time charm. Third time the charm. So we have one mirror right now. We're going to talk about that. We have already blank ready to be ground. But from experience, you need to go through few mirrors before you say, yeah, this one, I'm really, really happy with that. That happened with our 20 inches. So we think we need to go through that. So these numbers are reflecting the telescope, but the mirror, the primary mirror, the secondary mirror included. So we are approaching the end of that. We didn't really put a lot of money, so it's not cheap, but it is. We've been very skimping on a lot of stuff. So we kept an eye on budget every single time we took a design decision. From the very beginning. Design needs to address that. And right now it is around, I think that numbering in pound is around 200 pounds, something like that. So it's, every single part is not heavier than 20, 25 pounds. So you can, apart from the dimension itself, you can easily handle by a single person. So what happened in this year? So we carried out and proved one of the main processes that we developed. I'm gonna talk about that later on. And these, the concept that we executed three major parts: the trunnion and the azimuth table. We finalized the mirror cell and the motor assemblies with the CTEC motor. So let's dive into that a little bit more in details. So this is the process of grinding. So I need to spend few words so that we contextualize this. I call this a sophisticated version of the lazy Susan. So to me, like from a mechanical point of view, a telescope is like, you need to have two bearings. Then usually the altitude is split into additional bearings, but you need to have two rolling surfaces that are at the same grade of a bearing. How can you do that on the cheap side? So I use here one of the concepts of Colin Chapman, who's the founder of Lotus Automotive, that is like, let's have one component doing two things. So integrating two functions into one component. And that component is the azimuth table. You see the picture, the upper picture is the table as it looks like upside down. So these three leg things is the tripod, and the tripod has three assemblies of bearing. There's a bigger picture here. So effectively, you have a track on the outside perimeter almost of the azimuth table that is 1.2 meter in diameter, and you have and is resting on three pieces. So it's isostatic or isostatic. I don't know how you. So that is a perfect setup from engineering. So effectively, you have a lot of precision in the bearings. By the way, these are skate bearing, damn dirty cheap. How do you get, where do you need to put a lot of effort here to achieve the right level of precision? Is in the track. The track needs to be basically a flat surface with, and it's just like a track of a huge bearing. How can you do that? Long pause and a lot of time execution here. So the idea is, if you look at the schema on the diagram on the left, this is the table, the azimuth table, and the idea is like purely geometrical. If you can rotate something that is around an axis, you're effectively generating a surface, a track that is part of a single surface. You just need a 1 inch wide track, but you're generating that. The idea is basically, I don't take these workpiece into a CNC shop. I build a grinding machine on the workpiece. It's one off. All these items that you see here, like, I think this most expensive part is this angle grinder. All of this is $100. All right, so two bearings, two inches bearing, space, so they are a little bit more robust. This is a cart axle for carting, reused, so for free. And you have this contraption, I think is the fancy English word, where you have everything that is rotating around this axle on bearings, on fairly precise bearing, and you have an angle grinder with a diamond cup that is grinding a track that is made of carbon fiber. So like we got like 6 arches of 2 or 3 millimeter thick carbon fiber, 150 quid probably, $150. We glue to the bottom of the table. We put in place this stuff, and the idea was very sensitive. The idea, no, don't worry. This is the wheel. Oh, and the idea is that with this homemade grinding machine, you are generating this surface. This on paper, it was in my head. We did a lot of preparation. How does it end up? You don't really know, because you are looking at microns. And microns, I think we looked it up. Yeah, yes, it is like is fraction of a tau, isn't it? Exactly. So let's see if this. So the noise is annoying. It was very annoying also when I was working. This just give an idea of what you do. You just light touch going around, just not putting any kind of pressure. Just let the diamond cup grinding the carbon fiber away. And you see here that this part is ground and this is not. So you keep adjusting with two silly screws that you can have a height adjustment. Yes, that we very good. So this is this is microns, so whatever And this was just half the way. But we measured that, and when we decided that it was all right, it was 91 microns total run out. That is, we checked that, yes, it's 3 to 4 tau, isn't it? Now, for a homemade contraption, that I'm pretty sure that if I'm writing it down properly and with the visual help of video, I can tell anybody in the world that has some DIY inclination that he can do, they can achieve very similar results. Right. So let's see if I can stop it, because it's not really. So does it work? Those are my feet. I was meant to measure the torque that you need to calculate for the motor. As soon as you pull with a little spring, a tiny spring, it moves. So I wouldn't say frictionless, but there's really, I'm very happy with the result. It wasn't really the friction what I was looking at. It was more like how accurate and flat in terms of run out the track is. And I'd say that it works. So this is an example of heavy process, dirty, cheap material. I mean, I know that carbon fiber is not considered cheap, but in the overall vision of the project, you were talking about spending 150 pounds sorry, 150 bucks of carbon fiber water jet cut, and there you go. You can do something like that. Same process. We applied it to. Sorry. I think there you go. Same process we applied to the what we call Pac-Man, that I think it's trillion, isn't it? Trillions. So what we've done here is that we pack them together. So basically, they are like 4 to 5 inches in thickness. We bolted to these elements, so they are hanging by a desk, and similar concept. So you need to figure that out with a little bit of imagination. Maybe it's easier here. You have these axes. Again, you have 2 bearings here, and you basically have a grinding machine built on top of the workpiece that you need.
Testing, 1, 2.
Oh, Russ. Hi, Russ, we can hear you. Could you please mute?
So the thing is that I could have easily taken to a CNC shop and say, look, can you figure it out? Can you just grind this stuff in a proper way, spending, I don't know, 500-600 euros and getting it done? But it wasn't in the ethos of the project. My project is like, can I tell a guy in a university from India how to do that? And I know that I can teach him how to do that. Because it's also silly simple once you think about that. So we had several tests, to be honest. This was like a long strike of failure until we find the right way to do that. So for example, at the beginning, we thought about, well, let's get only a 1-inch shaft. These are already ground, so they're very precise, and glue some sandpaper around them. It didn't work. The idea originally was to use stainless strips glued to the surface here, to the outer surface, and it didn't work out. It takes too much time. We have a lot of passion to do the work with the grinder. That it was like few millimeter thick. This is like 5 inches almost. There was no chance. So one day we thought about, well, let's use carbon fiber. Is going to be very easy to remove from with a grinding wheel. It is going to be strong enough to withstand the earth contact forces, so that it's not degrading after a while. It's going to create a boatload of dust. Well, we're gonna use some protection there. So we ended up using some super cheap grinding wheels. Here, the only sheet that I had is that I take it to a grinding shop and that I got it dressed. So there was coaxial to the shop. To be honest, I think you don't need that because somehow, given the fact that the stuff is spinning, is dressing itself against the stuff. But it was like, yeah, let's get the highest chance. Now, this is just like a funny time lapse of what we're doing. So me and my guy, you see who is the clever guy. In me, I'm using 2 COVID recycled masks, and the guy is basically on a hazmat suit. This stuff is making a lot of dust. But once you spend 10 times more in the setup and in the preparation than in the actual machine. The actual machine, once you're set up, is damn easy. That is actually studies pulling with the vacuum cleaner to get rid of most of the dust. So in this case, just the carbon fiber was applied in the standard method. We bonded, I think, a total of 8 layers of fabric. Yeah, was more than enough in terms of stock removal, because once you have the run out pre-check at the beginning is all right. Can't remember exactly what was the accuracy of the run out, but it is in the same order of magnitude, maybe a little bit better than the azimuth table. So that to me was really, we spent a lot of time of this year making these 2 parts, because was, yes, making the 2 parts, but was also validating this kind of process and making sure that anybody could do that. As stupid as we are, so if we can do that, anybody in the world can do that, isn't it? So it was interesting, and I'm very glad that we make it work, because it was not really it wasn't really given. It was one of the gambling that we were making on the project. The other sub-assembly that we finalized is the mirror cell, 27 point. It is pretty low profile. I'm using, I think, something that you then discarded some time ago when you were talking about yours, but we're using ball bearings. So the hinge bearing, it's a bearing that is I don't have picture, I can't remember what it is. It's not ball bearing, it's another one. But all of these, the upper triangle are able to rotate freely on a single bearing. You help me out if you remember. The spherical bearing, great. So this one is a Teflon line bearing, is not a brass or art steel. So it actually is very compliant. You can move it. It doesn't have any stiffness to that. So I think it's gonna work, but I'm happy to change the design. Again, here the reason of these wheel shapes is that, first of all, I just wanted to use some FE analysis to make the stuff as light as possible. And since this was going to be cut with a laser, with a water jet, let's say, that is coming for free.
So it's all aluminum?
It is, the top triangles are aluminum because I need a 5mm thick aluminum, always 5mm, 1/4. For the 3 main ones, I should have added an 8mm, so a third of an inch, and that start being fairly expensive. These parts are also like 14 inches long. They are fairly big. So I say no. Let's try to do it on the cheap side as we usually do. So that is actually just iron, steel. I wouldn't even call it steel, but really the lowest grade of steel that you can find. They are cut out because I wanted to match the deflection of each and every point. So effectively, all these pockets are lightweighting this stuff in order that it would match the weight of a 8 millimeter aluminum. Instead, this one is a 4 millimeter steel. And so it's lightweighting, and also the compliance is the same on all these points, theoretically. The other thing that I would drive your attention is that this cell is floating somehow. So given the fact that I have wiffle trays, the wiffle needs to work properly. As far as they need always to be at the same at the center of gravity. So it needs to move during collimation with the mirror. So effectively, this is hinged on top of the lower frame that we call the H frame. It's actually more like a two-step ladder, to be honest. And it is hinged in the upper side here. And there are 2 points here. Unfortunately, I don't have a nice picture of that, but there are actually two 212 motors with a gear reduction. So effectively, the idea is that once you are looking at your eyepiece or sitting in front of your computer, you can actually move you collimate the primary only with electrically. It works. It's the fact that there's a lot of torque in those motors, and it's not much of a weight of the mirror. But so, what's next? How are we doing with time?
You're good.
Excellent. So I have only few other slides. Motor assembly. I think this is just give me the chance to speak about the fall we're trying to fight off, and is backlash. So the entire drive system is conceived to either avoid or having the lowest backlash that you can think of. So it is in total, I think, is a 9,000 to 1 ratio. Most of that is achieved by I'm not touching this anymore. Oh, okay, by friction drive. So the perimeter of the trunnions are rolling on ground bars. I think we're all familiar with this concept. And the same concept that we've seen previously on the azimuth table. 2 of the assemblies are free to roll. The third one is motor driven. So it's actually again a 60 to 1 ratio right at the beginning. And so, for example, this assembly on the right is for the altitude movement. So this is just a kind of a mock-up, but you might think that it's going to be put in this position. And I opted for a harmonic drive. This is 100 to 1. Of course, it's cheap because it's coming from Taiwan, coming from an unknown robot, I think. So I got it, crossing my finger. I stripped it off completely, replaced the bearings, and then put it back together, degrease and clean, and put in so it's working absolutely fine. And the other point is that no disrespect here, I took away the gear head on top of the Cytec motor. This is almost a 10 to 1, and there is like 3 or 4 gears. There's quite some backlash compared to what we're trying to achieve. So took it off. We put and we replaced it with a pulley. Here what you see here that is missing is a tensioner. So again, it's not a zero backlash system, but it is as close as I think you can get to within a certain kind of budget. So this one is the azimuth and slots in basically in one of the legs, because one of the assembly of the roller assembly is actually driven directly out of this, if it makes sense. Why not? Thank you. So what's next? We're getting to the last part, and it's going to be a little bit of preaching here. So it's like I'm looking from an engineering point of view to a telescope. I think it's very rewarding because it's a tricky structure. Let me get to that in a second. First of all, is that I was bragging earlier. I want to be data or science driven in all of our technical decisions. A way to do that is using FEA, finite element analysis, and you can use that for a lot of stuff. Now, this is clearly something that I've used at work for many years. Not me personally. I'm awful at that. There's a lot of smarter people than me that are using these programs. I'm just fairly good at interpreting the result and putting corrective action in place. But the three areas that you can use this stuff is basically deflection analysis. So like this is like when the whole thing is pointing 45 degrees, for example, how much does basically the secondary mirror moves out of the axis of the primary. And you can actually, funny enough, you can actually engineer compliance so that the secondary is going to move no matter what, small or big is going to move. In our case, it's like I think 0.15 millimeters. Again, sorry for that. I don't know how much is it's a tiny amount, but you can also put compliance in the supporting frame of the mirror, so that gives up as well, and it gives up in the same direction. So it's actually start pointing slightly toward again the center of the secondary mirror. Now we are talking about actually trying to minimize everything and using this kind of tool in order to know where you're going to and having an idea if that is too much or is good enough.
What software were you using?
We use different kind of software, ANSYS usually, and Nastron, I think, at the very beginning. But the FreeCAD, that is free, there's very similar capabilities.
That's what I use.
It's a little bit more cumbersome to make it work, but I use that too, to be honest. Now, stress analysis, why bother to see what are the stress in a telescope? The reason is that, and this is an example, it's perfectly describing how you can put that at work for you. Like red is where there are the highest stresses in the telescope. Blue is where you basically do not have stresses. So from engineering point of view, that means to any engineer would mean one single thing: take material off with the blue part, because they're not doing anything effectively. So that's the reason why if you see the picture of the actual telescope, we start carving out bits and pieces in order to save weight from areas that actually do not contribute at all, or very small contribution to the structure of the telescope. Why we're doing that? Why I'm so obsessed with lightweight? Because it's easier to transport, fair enough. But there's a much more important element here, is that, and it is related to the dynamic analysis, and I get into that in a second. But first of all, to me, it's like why a telescope is a very interesting engineering structure. I thought long about that, and I can't really think about any other object that is not designed for to failure. Let's put it this way. You design an elevator, the wire is like, do your calculation, maximum load is gonna break with the weight of 10 people, and then you add your safety margin or safety coefficient. 99.9% of the engineering world, of the start cars, anything, even the table to an extent, is like, even when the case of a laptop is like the case where you are coming to break in the component, and then you're adding your safety factor. And it can be in an aircraft is very small, otherwise it won't take off. In an elevator is huge, in a car is different. So, but that is your, for an engineer, is the goal. And thinking about where it's gonna break, where's the yield stress, and then playing with that the way you want. The telescope, the most stressed part, the one, for example, that in red there, I think they're 1,000 times less stress than the breaking point. So it's completely different approach. And the parameter that makes all of these sense is actually a combination of two different engineering parameters. One is weight, and the other one is stiffness. So, and they are not always playing in your favor every time. You need to be quite smart about that. And just for example, a quarter-inch bolt, for example, to talk about stresses and so on, you can hang a European car and it's not going to break. I think you're going to need a 1/3 inch for a pickup truck. But there's a lot of the material that we're using, and it can withstand stresses that the telescope will never ever see. So the way to think about conceptualizing the design of a telescope is completely different. I've seen a lot of people using the wrong mindset and approaching stuff, and usually it's taking you to over engineer, over design parts. And when it comes to a structure like that, you maybe make the top of the telescope heavy, and you're getting into trouble that the dynamic analysis is going to show in a second. So I'm just getting my preach, and now we're going to have a crash course, a 30-second crash course in the dynamic analysis from engineering. The one on the left, it helps me to show you the concept of a string, of an instrument. Have you ever thought about why you're playing a note on a guitar and you're playing the same note on a piano? The note is the same, but the sound is completely different. Where does that come from? So in musicology, that term I think is timbre, and it's coming from the fact that your string has a natural frequency. So it is natural way of reacting to an external perturbation in case of a guitar is plucking. That is like the one that is here. It is like the natural frequency, but it doesn't react just like that. It reacts in effectively an infinite number of different ways that are dictated by its geometry, basically. So effectively, a timbre, so how a note sounds out of a piano and out of a guitar, is simply the fact that there are different coefficient applied to each and every of these, and they're making up the entire sound of that of coming from that string.
So would you call it harmonics as well?
That is if you are playing guitars and you are putting your finger into one of these notes, for example, you're basically muting the first natural frequency and you're playing the first harmonic. And so there's a harmonics in engineering, there's a harmonic in playing guitar as well. Why I'm wasting your time about the guitar strings and so on? Because effectively, the string is one of the most simplified structure that you can analyze with dynamic analysis. But you can use that on any given more complicated structure. telescope is a very interesting field to apply this kind of analysis, because it's telling you where your design is actually failing, because you have maybe a small part of the telescope that is not strong enough. And I tell you, is usually not what you think. It baffled me many times, and me and other engineers. So this is an example of the first frequency of the telescope that we put it together. This is before the correction that we put in place. So this is, you might look at this as a highly exaggerated movement if you are slightly punching the telescope. We are fairly familiar with these because when there's a little bit of wind or somebody is touching your telescope, it start vibrating. So the oscillation, the frequency of the oscillation, and now is the damping in time, it is analyzed in this way. And this is a very powerful tool to tell you what to do. So here it is like a close-up of the area that is causing the structure to have this kind of frequency. The lower the frequency, so the lower the frequency, no, I'm not gonna get too much into it, but the more energy is involved. So the first natural frequency is the one to be addressed, and it needs to be a kind of a design goal. It needs to be over a certain threshold. Either look at different white books or white paper from GMT, the VLT, and so on. They are going through all these analyses big time, and it is the way they are designing the entire structure around. And just to give an example, because the higher is the weight of the structure, the lower the frequency. And for example, the VLT has, I think it has a natural frequency of 2 or 3 hertz, is very low, but you then have active optics to deal with that. For a system like this, I really thought that we need to go over 20 hertz. So, and again, that is the idea is that is helping me to have a structure that is sound, and that it breaks the positive feedback loop. Because if you ever had in your life an experience with a driving system that is not really very accurate in tracking, sometimes is because the motor are also moving the scope, but they also the perturbation of the system. And then you have a telescope that is floppy. It will start resonating. You're not going to see that. It's not going to point in the right direction. So I got these from my job, but I've seen that all the big telescopes around the world are basically hinging their design around the dynamic analysis. Unfortunately, it's not super easy, clearly. But it's such a powerful tool to make sure that your design is good to go. I spent a year with another engineer to do the first version of the telescope, and we thought, yeah, we're good engineers. We're gonna nail it. We're running through the analysis, and we completely missed a couple of small areas that we easily addressed afterwards, and we said, now, after then a year and a half, said, yeah, I think I have on my end a design that I can go back to the astronomy club and say, guys, I think this can work. Again, sorry for my preaching. This is like, I think this is the different approach, because I've never seen it applied in amateur astronomy. I've seen it in professional observatories, but it's maybe not a super simple tool, but it's so powerful to make sure that what you're gonna get is up to the task. And in this case, for being an imager and in a system with motors, and if you're in an auto guide that you're gonna have a feedback, you need to be sure that you have to avoid positive feedback, because otherwise you're not gonna have a reliable tracking. Now, I'm gonna end up very quickly now with just a few words about the mirror that to me are a project aside. So the next steps quickly are, we're gonna do the start test in a week, possibly. We're gonna silver the mirror. We're gonna start salvaging the meniscus, the Canadian meniscus, to try a second mirror. And honestly, being realistic rather than looking at negatively or positively at stuff, I think we're gonna go through a third mirror as well. Worst case, we're gonna have a lot of big mirrors around that we can end out. So right now, the first mirror, we are not holding our breath, I think is the English term, because we really want to start out of enthusiasm on a 25 millimeter, so 1 inch flat blank, which is like really extremely thin now in the center. But so it was also a good run to take the rust away of the grinding machine that we are going to use for the subsequent mirror. So to me, silvering, fast optics, and meniscus are, as a personal speculation, I think is the path for a bright future of amateur astronomy with big telescope. Silvering because you don't want to ship your precious big optics to a place and then spending a lot of money. Fast because you need to try and have a compact design. So with a bigger diameter, you need to contain your focal length. And meniscus because from an engineering point of view, it's better than a flat, is saving a boatload of hogging time. Hogging is like, it's a lot of time just to get to the curvature with the 80 grid of stuff. So all of these, I think, are very interesting things to look up in the future. The next step in terms of a project, this is like the short term, is getting the secondary mirror on. We have it already. It's actually a big flat that we already had. So we're gonna adapt it for the start test, and then we're gonna carve it out. I don't know, we're gonna make an elliptical secondary mirror out of that. I need to finalize the moving scenery in the transportation system. I have all the parts around. I need just to put it back together, and the feet that are coming out of that are very important. That is a part that can be overlooked, and is going to screw up all the robustness of the project. Start test silvering. We're going to install in the encoder, the motor assembly, and I think there's going to be a lot of debugging because the encoders are not a delicate system.
Can you expand on the motor?
Yeah. So again, how can I do an encoding system on the chip? Because like the resolution that you need is very high. You need 10, 12 million pics per axis. And if you're buying a brand, you know better than me. I didn't even dare to ask. I think it's gonna set you off $2 or $3 grand for an encoder. Is there a different way to do that? Yes. So I actually conceived also other more creative way to do that. But for the first step, it's what I understood is that it's fairly cheap to find readheads. And I think because salvaging yards are like CNC machine, strip it off, usually you get it with the wiring that is cut. It's fairly easy to find readheads. I got 2 read heads for 150 pounds. What is way more complicated and sometimes expensive is to find the tape. that is like is a 0.2 millimeter. Sorry about that. I don't know what is in. It's a very, very thin stainless steel strip with a grating. I think is for a grating is etched first and then is gold plated. So I got a reel actually from the US. It didn't cost me that much. It was, I think, for a total of $400. So with $500-600, I have all the parts, all the hardware to make the system.
Are they absolute or
Incremental. They're incremental. So, for example, the Trunion, again, in the Colin Chapman mindset of having something doing two things, the surface that we generated is a perfect surface that you can lay the strip over the encoder, so that is the encoder suffers a lot if you have a run out, so that the strip is going closer or farther from the read head, and you don't want a movable read head. It needs to be the gap between the reader and the strip needs to be very controlled. I think it's plus and minus 1.1 millimeter. So it's very, very cheap. It's going to be part of the debugging. I took that into consideration in the design. It is going to work. Who knows? To me, it's more a matter of having the willpower to go through and plow through all the mistakes that you always making with this kind of stuff. But that is, to me, is like, how can you save money instead of spending 2-3 grand on a new encoder from Renishaw and trying to do that with parts that you can find somehow around. They're not easy to find, but you can save a lot of money for doing that. And I think that is one of the areas. The other thing, just to elaborate on your question very quickly, Renishaw as a parent company that is I think it's a Croatian or a Slovenian company they acquired. They're not using optical encoding, just like the Renishaw that we're talking about, is the stuff that you have on your scope 2, but they're using a magnetic strip. It's very similar. It is very similar resolution, so it's sub-micron. It just suffers from hysteresis. So basically it works perfectly fine when you're tracking one direction, but when you are inverting, you might lose a little bit. So exactly. So for a professional telescope, for playing way, we'll never use that. It doesn't make any sense. But for an amateur, they can say, yeah, maybe I need to every time that I'm going completely on the other side, I need to recenter slightly. It might make sense. The RLS, I think is the name of the company, is way cheaper than it. It's like it's a tenth of what you can buy with the Renishaw. So that might be something to explore.
Yeah, some of our customers that go on our list have tried. I don't know if it was that particular magnetic encoder, but magnetic encoders suffer from cyclical error for the more than the optical one. Yeah.
To me, what I got into several phone calls with the guys, and I got a little bit technical. What I understood is that the problem is when you are reversing the motion. Somehow it's like, so it probably depends very much on what kind of observation you are planning to do. If you have a script that is taking 5-second exposure and needs to go and replace and that, it's gonna probably a disaster. If that is like you have a session, you're running a script and it's like spending a lot of time on a target, then move it to another target, you have time to recenter that slightly, that might have more sense. On a longer term, and this is back to the vision of the project, this is what we're trying to do. So first of all, is really like validate the entire project from a correlation with the FEA, but it also saying, yes, this works. These are the performance you can track as long as you can, and it's gonna be all right. But from a design point of view, I have a lot of ideas to simplify even more the design, and we're gonna find a home for the telescope. Well, I'm not living there anymore, but the telescope is being built in one of the worst area, probably in Europe. light pollution and fog and so on is over. So we're gonna make sure that it's working there. And my idea is to donate it to a small observatory so that we can remotize it, and having somebody that is running some maintenance and stuff like that, and so that is the idea to for that specific telescope. The other thing is that, and again, is my vision of success, that there are going to be many replicas of that telescope, and it doesn't need to be the same thing. I see that more as a platform. You want to have it 25 inches, you want to have it 35 inches. You can scale it up and down fairly easily with a good level of confidence that is going to bring you to the result that I cannot show you today. Sorry for that. Maybe in a year time we can say, yeah, it is working. But that is the idea. I'm validating the processes to build a telescope that gives you this kind of performances. And then anybody in the world can access to open source CAD models, process description, drawing, and whatever is the support that we can give, and replicate that, or just in pure open source style, just like slightly ameliorating that, or making it slightly different for suiting for their own needs. So I think this bring me to the end. So thanks a lot. I'm putting a little bit of thought to have a YouTube page where I'm actually describing the process, and an Instagram for the various updates, apart from a couple of threads on Cloudy Nights and the British one that I can't remember exactly the name right now. So it's not a matter of, I can say, oh, I want a lot of likes. It's more a matter of I want to describe what we're doing to most people that we can, so they might be, maybe not them, maybe a friend of them, their son or someone will be interested in this project. And if we're gonna fail, I think I concluded last year in the same way. Even if we're gonna fail, I hope somebody is gonna pick that up, or even finding a little bit of seeds to take this to the next step. It's all about that. It's like a joint effort to push the envelope rather than just having the bigger scope or getting a personal short-term result. Right? So I don't know how much we are with time, and I don't know if anybody has a question from.
Do you think that carbon fiber is hard enough to resist penetration of the roller in a long period of time?
Yes, I ran some analysis. First of all, and that is the Earth's contact theories. There are some online, you can calculate, yes, that's right. It's also the trunnions are 2 inches wide, so it's quite a wide surface distributed, because it's a matter of pressure, it's not a matter of force itself. The telescope itself is fairly lightweight, so the old part that is insisting on those rollers is probably 150 pounds, so divided by 4.
The roller width is such that won't the inside speed, the outside be different? So it would scrape it some instead of rolling.
I don't think.
Talking the azimuth. Yeah, we had 3 ball bearings side by side.
On the action, it's like in a car, you go around the corner. But
Yeah, they are not. So there are 3, and they are not glued together, so they can have differential speed. Clearly, there's a level of one is going to be more than the other, but in practical terms, we couldn't tell absolutely any scraping. So, but that is one of the things that you will see. Probably if it's going to be in a machine that needs to run 24 hours a day, might be a big issue. With this stuff, I don't know. We will see.
Well, I don't have a question, but from everything that you've told us and I've seen on Cloudy Nights, I think you're well on your way to succeeding. Now, as everyone here who has made their own telescope knows, once you get it all together, and the debugging begins.
Mhm.
That's where you get down into things that you just never expected.
Yeah.
You'd have to mess with, but yeah, I think this time next year, you'll be telling us about all your debugging and how you solved the issues you came across and how well it's working.
We'll see, we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I love all the analyses that you're doing to really, oh, here's your. What's that? Yeah, all right. Stop the share. Okay. All right, so I got a lot out of that. There's a great deal to learn from doing analysis up front rather than just building and hoping for the best. And I think, you know, I fall firmly in the camp where I'm just going to copy a telescope or components that is working on somebody else's telescope and know that it should work on mine. But yeah, these analyses are really powerful looking tools.
Astronomy is a passion. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff that we do out of enthusiasm. And there are tools that I would find a little bit more see. That is the way to go.
Okay, well, I'm up next. So, oops, shouldn't have done that. Let's escape from there. Okay, and back to Zoom. Okay, here we go. So I'm next. And this is a presentation I had no inkling that I would be doing a year ago. So, and you'll see why as we get into it. Okay. Full screen. All right, here we go. Okay, I chose this picture as a lead into my presentation because it was just a really beautiful sunset. This is my new 30-inch scope under its tarp. This is at a place called Logan Valley in Eastern Oregon, which is an absolutely beautiful place to go and observe. There's no place darker. This big grassy meadow, I don't know, it's probably several square miles in area. It's just beautiful. But anyway, that's nothing to do with the presentation, but I like it.
Now, let me guess, that's a sunset, not a sunrise.
That is a sunset. The west is to the right in the photo, yes. Okay, so. All right, before I get there. Okay, transforming a 28-inch f4 telescope into a 30-inch f2.7. Okay, so this is where I began, 28-inch f4. I first began making this telescope in January of 2004. And from that January in 2004 until January of this year, this telescope gradually evolved into what I consider to be just about the perfect observing telescope for me, because it's all just customized for myself. And all the work I did to make it so intuitive and easy and ergonomically friendly for me to observe with. All right. So then I transformed it into this, the 30-inch f2.7, which is set up here in Dan's shop. And probably the first thing that pops into most people's mind is, okay, but why? A 30-inch mirror is not that much bigger than a 28-inch. I'm not gathering a ton more photons. I mean, the images aren't going to be significantly brighter. So why would I basically destroy a perfectly good 28-inch telescope to make it into a 30-inch? Well, that's what I'm going to tell you about. Because of this man, mostly. Well, not even mostly, it's entirely because of Mel. Yeah, well, Mel made two of these 30-inch f2.7 mirrors. And I was at his place last October, just about this time. And I went there to observe with him for a couple of nights. And the first night was really nice, it was beautifully dark. We observe and have a great time. The next night, it's kind of cloudy and scuzzy and we don't observe. So we're sitting in his living room and we're chit-chatting, and Mel had been telling me about the 30-inch mirrors quite a bit because they were finished at that time. They weren't, he hadn't silvered his, and his telescope wasn't completely put together yet. As I recall, maybe it was. But anyway, so we're talking and I says, now Mel, how much do those 30-inch mirrors weigh again? And he said, oh, 38 pounds. And I'm going, huh. And I'm thinking to myself, well, as I remember when I designed the mirror box for my 28-inch, I think there's like 31.5 inches space inside of there. So we talked and talked, and it just made more and more sense as we were talking. And I was thinking that because I need to grab the mirror out of the telescope to silver the mirror, and that the 28-inch mirror weighs 92 pounds, it's 54 pounds more, it just made so much sense. Why not get the 30-inch mirror that Mel doesn't need because it's a spare. I have a bad back. I'm getting older. I'm 67 years old now. So although I could still get the 28-inch out of there, I had to really plan ahead and stretch out and get ready, and I might make my back sore anyway. So this basically just kind of documents what I just said, how the 30 inches, it's 5/8 inch thick, as Mel had mentioned yesterday, only 38 pounds versus the 92 pounds of the 28-inch mirror, which is 2 inches thick. 54-pound difference. 54 pounds is a lot. I mean, just lifting 54 pounds by itself is a lot. But lifting that with another 38 pounds in there for 92-pound lift is something that would have been significant to me in my 20s. So I'm actually feel kind of lucky I could still do it now, but I don't want to throw my back out in the middle of doing that. So I like these two photos together because the one on the right shows the 28-inch mirror right after it had been silvered. And the picture on the left in the middle of the screen shows my 30-inch Mel's B mirror right after I had silvered it in my garage. And really, I can tell you that picking up that 38-pound meniscus mirror is so much easier. It's not a strain at all, for me right now. And I'm extremely happy. And I should mention that while I was at Mel's, I thought to myself, well, I want to get this mirror, but I need to talk to my wife first. So when I got home, within a minute of me explaining this whole possible deal, she was all, do it. I do not want to see you throw your back out lifting that big 28-inch mirror. So Judy was all on board, and I was a happy man. Okay, so overall, the 30-inch is about 65 pounds lighter, which includes the lighter weight mirror, than the 28-inch version of it was. And that also makes a big difference in moving it in and out of my garage and van. And actually, that's really exciting for me because, I hope to be able to continue to use this telescope into my 80s, to be able to get it into my van and drive off someplace dark and use it. So this is a really exciting development for me. Also, this shot shows my observing ladder, my formerly 8-foot tall observing ladder. It's a tripod ladder. It's sometimes called an orchard ladder. Started off at 8 feet when I used it for my 28 inch because it was 2.5 feet longer. I cut about that much off the bottom, so now it's a 6-foot ladder. And also notice, if you can see the bottom step here is just off the ground. So that's my quarter step. So when I say here, I just need 1 1/4 steps to reach the eyepiece. That means I'm standing on this rung to be able to look into the eyepiece here. And also the, the fact that I still have a ladder, could I have designed the scope to where I wouldn't have needed a ladder? Yeah, I probably could have, but I like ladders. I can lean against the ladder. I can use it to steady myself. When I'm just standing at a telescope looking at an eyepiece, I have a more difficult time holding my head and my eyes steady. So I like ladders. It puts me in a minority. Now, a really big side bonus is the fact that at low power, lowest power, I can get over 1 degree true field of view, which I could not approach with the 28 inch. And those views, as Mel has already talked a great deal about, are really spectacular. It's something that needs to be seen to be appreciated. All right, so in the course of this project, there were new things that were incorporated into the existing telescope structure, and there are modifications to the existing structure. So that's what I'm going to talk about now. First, the new stuff. The very first thing I did was make a 3D model, because that's what we do today, because we can, and it's not that hard. But it also meant, because in 2004, when I designed the 28 inch, I didn't design it in 3D, I designed it in 2D. So that meant the azimuth and the altitude assembly here that has the drive did not exist in 3D yet. So I had to create basically the entire telescope in 3D. In this case, I used SketchUp. And because that was the 3D program I started learning about 6 years ago. And so this was a fun process. And this is the design I ended up using. The cage design is pretty much a direct knockoff of what Mel did on his 30 inch, although his is all out of wood. This is a material, a completely different material, a composite that I'll get to in a minute. So here's a list of all the new stuff. And we'll go through each one of these right now. Okay, first, of course, is the 30-inch mirror, Mel's B mirror. In fact, on the back side of this, in big black ink, he wrote B. So there's no doubt it's the B mirror. Okay, now here's the cage, better shot of the cage. That's me on the left holding it right after I first assembled it. This is made out of 3mm dye bond. Now, dye bond is a composite material that has a polycarbonate core and a very thin skin of aluminum on both sides. So it's very flat. It cuts like wood, and it's extremely light. There is a 6mm version called a Lucabond that I had used previously on the 28 inch for the cage. And I probably, in retrospect, I would have been well served to have used the 6mm version here. This works, but it's not as stout a material. And so I have to handle it more carefully. Okay, then the 7-inch minor axis, 1-inch thick diagonal mirror from Ostahowski Optics. Okay, now the first thing that strikes me is that my diagonal mirror is 1-inch thick and the primary mirror is 5/8 inch thick. That's a proportion that's usually goes the other way. And this particular shot, oh, and by the way, the major axis is a little over 11 inches. This thing here, this is the jig, the wire spider jig that holds the diagonal and diagonal holder exactly where it needs to be as the wires for the wire spider are strung. And then once the wires are in, you take off the jig and you're all set. That's a very important step, by the way, to do a wire jig. If you don't do it this way, you're going to end up doing it this way because I tried a different way first. Okay, here's a close-up of the diagonal mirror holder, which I bought from Astro Systems. In retrospect, I would have been better served to have made my own because only from the standpoint that it took so long for this to arrive. There was about 2 months of downtime waiting for this just to arrive. And that was the second thing I ordered after ordering the diagonal mirror itself. It works perfectly fine. So I don't have any complaints with that. These two pieces here are 1/2-inch thick aluminum. And when they arrived, they were solid aluminum. So this was a hefty chunk of metal. What I did, well, my first response was like, holy crap, this is way too heavy. So I've drilled about 30 holes, 3/4-inch holes to lighten this thing up and got out half the weight. And you don't see the holes because I covered it with a material called flockboard, which is self-adhesive and it's very black. And so you'd never know there's a bunch of holes there. And the mirror is RTV'd to this base plate. And then there's 3 safety clips or disaster clips. Maybe you better said to make sure that it never falls out. All right, so other photos of this assembly, the diagonal mirror hub. And by the hub, I'm talking about this part. Okay, so coming out of here is a 1/2-inch diameter bolt. And that is going, and that is passing all the way through the hub to here, where it's kind of overexposed, but this is a bolt and a nut. Oops, sorry, holding this in place. And so this bottom plate and this top plate are 3mm thick aluminum. These 4 rods are solid aluminum rods. And in the center here is 4-inch diameter PVC pipe, about 6mm wall thickness. And between these rods are screwed on, and those compress these 2 plates to the top of the PVC pipe. And then when this nut is fully tightened, that even sucks everything down together. And this has proven surprisingly robust. I really thought this would be what I would make just to get the first light, and then I'd make something better. But this has worked out really quite well. And the wire spider. Here you can see here this photo. The wires are kind of faint to see, but you can make them out. Again, following the basic, generally accepted way to do a wire spider these days. And this is the wire I use. It actually, just from my local hardware store, came in black. Couldn't believe it. So I thought it was a good way to go rather than using silver wire. Oh, one more thing about this. The wire spider, you can see these attachment points here. These are eye bolts. And then there's a nylon nut at the end of here. And this is how the diagonal mirror is collimated. I just have a little wrench. I can turn the little nut here to pull and turn the diagonal to make sure it's in the right place. Now, normally it stays very close to where it should be, except when I transport it in the van and it gets bounced around on the road. Then I have to recollimate it. I think Mel and his 30-inch, which has a very similar structure for his diagonal wire spider, I don't think he's had to recollimate yet, just because he rolls it about 20 feet from his shop and rolls it back in 20 feet. Okay, then the new light baffles. This lower part is attached to the cage permanently, and this material is called flock board. It's made by Protostar, and it's this shiny black plastic on the inside, but it's this velvetly black material on the inside, and it's all one material. I don't know how it's made, but it's wonderful and it's absolutely perfect for telescopes. The top part is removable, and you can see the eyepiece is located about halfway in between. Oh, for those of you who know about Protostar, you're probably aware it has a terrible reputation for delivering. But in my case, 2 days after I ordered this stuff, it arrived. So it was a totally good experience. All right, modifications. These are the three main modifications. Okay, now, this is the mirror cell, obviously. This is made for the 28-inch. This is basically right after I've taken it out of the 28-inch. But the first major modification, this piece here, this is 1-inch square steel tubing, as is everything black here on the cell. That originally ran through here. And I had to cut that out because the depth of the curve of the 30-inch meniscus mirror would hit right on top of that if I hadn't cut it out. So out it came, and it was a real pain in the neck to do. That's for sure. And originally, I mean, I had, for the 28-inch mirror, I had 2 edge supports here and here, but those weren't going to work on this 38-inch meniscus mirror. And so I installed the sling exactly as Mel had. And you might be able to tell if you look really close, the inside of this aluminum sling looks kind of tannish color. That is because I applied Teflon tape, adhesive back Teflon tape. So the mirror wouldn't bind with the sling and cause astigmatism. And that's worked wonderfully.
Where did you get that?
On Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah, I can send you the link.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And then this is just the bracket that I made where the sling attaches to the mirror cell. Now this was a really cool thing that worked out, because this is one of those things that you just never know how it's going to work out. But I had a pretty good idea in this case, because I did something similar for the Cal Poly 18-inch years ago. The original mechanical attachment I had with the back support triangles in the mirror cell was basically a short bolt that had an acorn nut, which had kind of a semi-spherical surface on it. But that didn't give these triangles enough freedom to move because of the steep curve of the meniscus mirror. So this is a highly magnetic sphere. And this is a steel washer that I've screwed to the back of this aluminum triangle. This pivot arm is also steel. So this magnet sticks like crazy to this washer, and it sticks like crazy to this pivot arm. And the freedom of movement is just astonishing. In fact, do I have a picture up here? No, I don't. Well, you can kind of see it here. You can see how the triangles are just flopping all over the place. That's just because they move so easily. All right, so then these are the sections of the truss tubes for the 28-inch that I had to cut off for the much shorter focal length. So 81-inch focal length for the 30-inch versus 112.5 for the f4 28-inch. So 2.5 feet. That's a big difference. And now this is the, this shows one of the parts that I say it's modified because I started off modifying the version of this I had on the 28-inch, and I got a long way into it before I decided this is just a totally messed up job. So I made a brand new version of it. This is the front baffle / air nozzle. That's part of Ed Allen's complete ventilation system, which I'll talk a lot more about later on in this presentation. But this is a big part of the system that cools the mirror evenly on the back and the front sides. Okay, and these are the parts I reused. The azimuth-based mirror box, altitude trunnions, and the drive, the SciTech controller. Probably the second version you ever made. Dan, I'm looking at Dan. And it's working just as well now as it ever did. So all of this, number 1 and 2, that's all in here. And basically, not having to recreate that made this project really appealing from the start. I had a question from Jerry Oltian back at the beginning of this, where he says, Howard, why didn't you just sell the 28-inch? I mean, you got all this money for it, and then build a whole new telescope. And the real answer to that is that I had spent 18 years perfecting this, and I really liked how it worked. So, plus on the practical side, aluminum is a lot more expensive now than it was 18 years ago. So, and then there's a list of the other things that I've reused. This shroud and this shroud are actually the same. It only looks like it fits on this much shorter 30-inch because I've rolled up the bottom. But I'm either going to modify that this winter or make a brand new one. I'm not fully decided on that. The balance, so the balance is fine.
Did you have to adjust like location of the mirror cell or anything like that?
No, it's a really good. So the question is, what about balance? Was balance affected by going to the much shorter focal length 30-inch mirror? And it is kind of a long answer, but the when I made the 28-inch years ago, I weighed every component, had it all written down, and I put it someplace where it would be safe. And God only knows where that is now. so I really didn't have a solid place to begin to do a calculation on how much the front end needed to weigh now. So I just did what I always did. I just plot ahead and see where I'd end up. And as it turned out, first iteration, the new cage was too light, even with everything on it, with the finder scope and the quinsight and the paracore and eyepiece and the light baffles and all of that. But I was able to I think cleverly add more weight that doesn't just look like a counterweight. And I'll point that out when I have a better photo up here on the screen. So as it stands right now, it's as well balanced as it was when it was a 28-inch. Yeah, what'll probably happen is that sometime in the next few months, I'll find that sheet, right? Wrote down the weights of everything. Because that's just how it goes, right? Okay, so this is a quick review of Ed's complete ventilation system. This is his diagram. This is the HEPA filter. You can see it on the back end of my scope. It's got the fans inside. So the air gets pulled in, it gets filtered, and then it gets diffused into the back of the mirror box. You can see it flows around the backside. This is that front baffle air nozzle, and the air comes along the front surface of the mirror. Now, if you look at these easy to miss red lines here on the sides of the mirror, edge insulation. That turned out to be very important. That's basically an insulating wrap that goes around the outside edge of the mirror. And what that does is, as air is flowing on the back side of the mirror around the edge to the front of the mirror, is that means heat isn't escaping from the edge of the mirror more so than from the interior. So just the back surface and the front surface are being cooled at a fairly even rate. And that helps control the optical figure of the mirror because it's so thin. And the first time I put everything together, I didn't do that. I had forgotten to do that. And when I looked in the eyepiece, it was just horrifying. It was so overcorrected. It was like, if I hadn't gotten the mirror from Mel and known how good it was, I would have had a fit thinking this mirror is trash. So the lesson here is, when you're using someone else's sophisticated system, follow all the instructions. Do it the way it was designed. Here's a picture of the wrap. And the I'm using right now, it's called synthetic leather. It's coagulated polyurethane. It's used in making shoes all the time. I know that because I was in the shoe industry for so long. And that works okay, but it's a temperature and humidity affects it. So in fact, when Rob was over one night, it just fell off because it was terrible.
It swelled in the humidity, right?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. So, and this shows the front baffle and air nozzle, and you can see the air gap right along here where the air comes streaming across the front surface of the mirror. Okay, and this is now controlling the optical figure of the 5/8 inch thick, 30 inch diameter meniscus mirror. Mel touched on this a good deal yesterday, and this has been the steepest learning curve of the whole project for me. Because these two mirrors are affected by air temperature so much, or they can be affected so much, depending on all the mitigating measures that are taken. It's controlling the figure of the mirror with basically just a fan. It turns out to be relatively straightforward once I wrap my mind around what was going on. So it's not difficult, but at first it's a different way it's much different than using a 2-inch thick flat back mirror, which usually starts off looking pretty good in the eyepiece. If you just roll it out or it sits out in the sun all day, it barely matters. Well, here it does matter. So finding and maintaining the true figure is in a way really kind of exciting because, when you get it right, on these two mirrors, what you get is essentially a perfect star test. And a perfect star test in a 30-inch f2.7 mirror. I mean, come on. Well, yeah, Mel made the mirrors, and we all, those of us on the Oregon ScopeWorks email list, all know the pains he went through and his crazy skill level. So I really expected the B mirror to be very good. I didn't expect to be able to get a perfect star test. I mean, when I say a perfect star test, I mean a perfect star test. I mean, the edge on both sides of focus looks great. There's no fuzzing out on inside or outside of focus. Diagonal breakout's exactly the same. There's no huge zones. I mean, it's beautiful. For anybody who's ever gone through the process of making a mirror, getting into a telescope, and finally being able to star test it, and you do that racking back and forth in and out of focus, inside and outside of focus. It's a thing of beauty to see. So being able to control that mirror to stay within that Goldilocks zone with, in my case, I have 3 radial fans in the back. So just by being able to use those fans or not using those fans at the appropriate time makes that sensitivity to temperature a feature in my mind.
Do you have variable speed on those?
Yes. Oh, yes. Variable speed. I can go from barely on to full blast just by turning a knob. So it's just about this easy. Does the mirror look a little overcorrected? Turn on the fan. Looking undercorrected, turn off the fan. And sometimes that means also rolling up the shroud a little bit to help the front side of the mirror cool off. But it depends also on how the outside air temperature and what it's doing. Is it falling quickly? Is it falling slowly? Has it fallen as much as it's going to? And then some warm air comes in. It's something, it's another thing to track, but the payoff is huge because of the optical quality that's there. So yeah, to have a essentially perfect star test in a mirror this size throughout the night is really, really special. And so that trip I took to see Mel last October has paid off to me personally in ways that I had no way to appreciate at the time. So thank you, Mel. And thank you. This is a sketch I made of Stefan's quintet when I was at Chickahominy Reservoir back in August. I met Ed Allen there. And I just had to take a look because that was one of the objects that JWST had imaged. Yeah, it just was a really nice view of that. So any questions?
That looks like Stefan's sextet.
Yeah, there's 5 here and there's 1 here. Yeah. Yes. But that one isn't considered part of it. Yeah. And for those of you who are here, I mean, you've been looking at the telescope for the last day. And so you probably don't have much questions anymore because I've been talking myself semi-hoarse about it, and it's been a lot of fun. So if there's anybody out there has anything they want to know or comment on, now's your time. Okay, I guess I just blow you all away. That's great. So given that, and that we have reached our break time, let's see, where are we with time? Oh gosh, there's a lot of time left before scheduled break. I talked faster than I thought. So somebody asked me a penetrating question that I never considered. No? No?
Hey,
Joe.
Howard, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. How did you hold the synthetic rubber? How did you manage that between your support strap?
Gaffer's tape. There's a few strips of gaffer's tape.
But you put the strap is obviously outside, so the
Right,
installation goes first, and then it's outside, and it wasn't too compliant.
No, it's not too compliant. It doesn't compress hardly at all. And the bottom half, the part that the sling contacts, that holds it in place. The other half, the top half, I just have, I think, 4, maybe 1.5 long thin strips of gaffer tape that I just have on the side of the insulation, and it goes to the back side of the mirror, and that's held it in place.
Okay. Okay, good. Yeah.
I've got a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
You can't hear you, Russ. Oh, I think you froze. Yeah, I think you froze on us, Joe, Russ. So we can't hear you. No. All right.
Hey, Howard, can you tell us about your flat? How's it holding up as far as dew when you're running your system?
Well, it hasn't come close to doing up. You actually have a dew heater on the back, which I put on because, you know, from my home when I observe, I mean, very often it's my weather station says it's 99% humidity. So I just have that as a precaution. But the, you know, typically when I'm running the fans for the CVS, they're on high only very early in the evening when I'm first getting the mirror temperature evened out. Excuse me. And so, but after that, it's on very low. So I don't think that air column is reaching the diagonal mirror, but also the diagonal is an inch thick solid glass. And so I think it would take an exceptionally dewy night for that to have any problems with moisture. But either way, I think I'm all set and won't have to worry about it.
It's like Russ, is there
Yeah.
a-
Rusty, you're moving around again, so maybe you can try.
Yeah, yeah, fast question. Howard, actually, it's for Michael. And so one thing I wondered if you did a design from scratch that you were really just worried about weight and stiffness and resonant frequency, and you would kind of have any weird geometry that came up. In other words, instead of a conventional telescope, you did a small telescope strictly from first principles on weight, stress, and the kind of the dynamics of it. Is it possible you come up with an entirely different telescope? Maybe Mel has thought about this. He comes up with different ideas.
Well, I don't think McKelly actually heard all that, but I'll paraphrase it to him. So Russ is just curious that, you know, given the analyses that you've been doing for the 800 meter project, do you see that perhaps leading to designing telescopes that look completely different?
Yeah, if you had started from a stress fundamental frequency first.
Not completely different, but some steps in order to, I think there are a lot of things that you kind of that you can do without. It's like less is more.
Yeah, okay.
Less is more.
He's saying not completely different, but there's certainly through analysis, he's finding that there are parts of telescopes that are typically included that really aren't needed. So the appearance may change somewhat, but and also just my own comment is, I mean, telescopes have been made for quite a while. And so I think there's been a lot of optimization done just through making so many of them. So that's just my addition. That's not anything he said. So, okay.
Just make an example.
Oh.
There's a big topic about 6 versus 8 volts. I think we are hardwired as engineering. Symmetry is all about that. So 8 looks absolutely great. But if you look at the analysis, 6 volts is likely a few percentage point worse than the reflection. In my case, it was a matter of these tubes usually get close to so I think 6 is very instead of 8 times.
Yeah.
That's that mind complicated with geometry, but that is where the analysis is right away. There's no
Okay.
no point in doing that.
Okay. They probably didn't hear all that. So McKelly was saying that just as an example of how a telescope might look different through doing these careful analyses is that the difference between 8 truss poles and 6 truss poles. In his analyses, there is little difference between the two in terms of how effective they work. That's a few percentage points, he said. And so So people argue back and forth on which is better, but when he did the analysis, because, truss tubes, whether they're aluminum or especially if they're carbon fiber, can be rather expensive. Going with the minimum number that still works really well, but it also looks very different, made the decision to use 6 poles very easy, I think. Yeah. So
Yeah, kind of a follow-up question would be kind of for him and also for Dan. If you're going from kind of a weight and stiffness viewpoint, and so then they try to get a high natural frequency, at what natural frequency point do you say it's good enough and then let's don't work on it anymore?
I think he's talking to you, Dan.
I think it's a $1 million question. But I put
$1 million
an
question.
I put an exercise because there are some available information from professional service. And it really goes with the meter, meaning that you cannot strive for a high frequency on a big telescope. It's going to be too expensive, but almost achievable. For the 30 inches, I select 20, knowing that it's 15 inches wide. But for example, closing one, I remember there's a Japanese telescope that is 2.5 meter, or it's like over 2 meter, and a target of 9 hertz. So it all looks on the same. On the same floor.
Okay. So McKinley was saying that he chose 20 hertz for his 800 millimeter. Just kind of plucking the number out of the air based on what he's seen from other telescopes. And he mentioned an example of a Japanese telescope he knows about that's over 2 meters that has a frequency of 9 hertz. So he thinks he's basically shooting at 20 hertz for the 800 millimeter as a target. And I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it turns out. Yeah.
Mel just had a chat compliment, but I couldn't read it.
Ah. Okay, let's see. There's 2.
Well, I
Okay.
just wondered, does Dan have some experience?
Yeah, bad experience. I will talk about it in my talk.
Okay, so I did.
Stay
Okay,
tuned.
thanks.
Stay tuned. Okay, so we got a comment from Mel. One just says 10 hertz. That's based on the scope quivering 3 to 4 times before the decay is absorbed. Be careful that the quivering does not shake into another part, like the diagonal, that resonates slower, that then dumps energy back into the tube structure. And then in parentheses, he has a Swayze 40 inch. And that's significant with wood as opposed to metal. So yeah, those are good points. Yeah, making sure that the scope is rigid in its components as they attach to each other, that a bump to one part doesn't send everything quivering on its own frequency. Yeah. And then here's a comment from Ed. It says, are you going to add night vision to the bonus points list for the 2.7? Yeah, but I wasn't going to really talk about that today. Mel mentioned it yesterday. That might be a topic for next year. But I'll just briefly mention, because we do have some time, a little bit of time, that that observing with Ed, especially when it was just the 2 of us, it was an expensive proposition. And because he has one of the most high quality night vision devices that you can buy. And combined with the short focal length of the 30 inch and the silver coatings it has, makes it unbelievably, the views are unbelievable. It's just, I won't even try to describe the gain from looking through the eyepiece with a normal eyepiece to looking through the night vision device. It's just beyond comparison. But anyway, they're expensive, and so I have Ed to thank for me emptying my wallet out very soon when I purchase one. So yeah, and I'll talk about that next year if I can afford to be here.
Yeah, I'm good at spending other people's money.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I did get that ground cover, that mesh tarp that you have, and you probably noticed that in the very first image in my slide. And it's a different color on each side. It's green on one side and orange on the other, which is perfect for Oregon. All right, so okay, it's 3:33. That seems like a remarkably good number to take a break on. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back, well, more like a 12-minute break. And we'll be back at 3:45 to listen to Zane talk about his meniscus mirror projects, and then Dan will bring us home with the JimiScope. Okay, good time to stretch your legs. Oh, good, and he's coming in right now.
Everybody wants to see the case test. We have a demo here.
Oh, where'd he go? Oh, there you go.
Like this. So we do
Hi,
this
Zane.
tonight.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Glad to see you're here.
I've been tuning in from
You probably
YouTube.
didn't hear. I just announced that you'll be up next.
Camera.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Cool.
Yeah. So we're just taking our break right now, and we'll be ready to go at 3:45.
Okay, cool. Let me get my webcam to work here.
Then you just come in over it like so, and see if I can show it. I guess something like this. Where you come in over it like so, and you want to get just a little bit of the cover in the field of view there. Let it auto expose, and you just take a picture. Now, as shown in my presentation, you got a lot to do on the image to measure it. And this won't give you a valid haze measurement because the background isn't black, right? So you have to have a black background. But the actual recording of data, it's just that, it's a dip. And then, get some work done on the computer with numbers. This looks terrible, doesn't it? No, this is silver. Yeah. This is the one that, yeah, you see the edge isn't so good. And there's that thumbprint. And you can see here's a classic white spot that develops. This was water that I had washed this off. I thought I had dried it, and then I put it down. It was like, so I collected a lot of dust. But an irritant would take it off. I don't want to talk over it or blow on it because spit will stick on it, and then you ruin it more. It's 11. It's very, very deep. I think it's like F. Yeah, it's not a telescope mirror. It's a spherical thing.
Something that you wear.
Yeah, right. So it was being thrown out. We were using it long ago in our philography days as a mold for gelatin. We used to make that kind of gelatin hologram.
Corporation, but then probably not. I was telling him until yesterday, I didn't think anybody, I thought silver. I didn't know.
Older than that even, yeah. In fact, in about 1930, they put the first evaporated aluminum coating on up at Mount Wilson. And I think it might have been the 60s, but it was one of those. And once they got aluminum on that thing, the whole world was like, okay, we're done with silver. We're going to aluminum. But silver never went away. And one of our members, who unfortunately I don't see here, Bob Shaw, spent a lot of his career at Tinsley Silver. He was an optics technician. A lot of grind polishing, a lot of figuring, a lot of testing. And one of the things that they would do quite often on their because it's part of a much more complex optical system, they would just go ahead and silver it to do a system level test. Yeah, it's cheap, and wash it off and go to your figure, right?
And finally, at the end, they would put
Yeah, they would save the expensive coating for when they knew the mirror was right. Exactly. So he has a lot of experience in silver and has helped us with some, especially with cleaning substrates to get them ready for silver.
And the life of the ones with a good coating and an overcoating is really a lot longer. You're talking about redoing them in 18 months or 2 years or something.
Yeah.
So they might last 10.
Well, sure. Protected aluminum coating ought to go 10 to 20 years depending. Yeah, right. But a silver coating that goes a couple of years is a huge win, especially in stuff like that. But also even for my 12-inch, I've converted it to silver because there's a lot of anxiety around cleaning a mirror. And your mirror's going to get dirty, right? So a good option then is to say, well, if I've got to clean my mirror, why don't I just put on a new coating while I'm at it? And it takes a little bit of practice before that becomes, okay, yeah, it's time to do it. But once you're comfortable doing it, it's an afternoon and you got a perfect mirror.
The coating, I had a 16-inch mirror cast grade on a telescope I had built when I lived in up in Michigan, where it's extremely terrible.
Yeah.
But they would get dew on it every night.
Yeah.
And it lasted. It needed it when I took the telescope apart, but it's been 11 years,
Yeah.
even under that adverse condition. In New Mexico, I don't expect it to need it in my life.
Yeah, it probably lasts a lot longer there for sure. Right.
But it is, I mean, on a 20 year, on these mirrors here, it would be several $1,000 plus.
Oh, yeah. Well, the challenge for a meniscus is finding a place that would actually want to. If they're drilling is all set up.
Wow. You would probably have to make the tooling.
Yeah, and it would cost
Yeah.
$20,000.
And then they would charge you if they broke the mirror.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then the stress of transportation.
Oh.
No.
But even at 12 and 16 inches, there is a cost benefit in silver relative to aluminum, relative to the full life of the scope. So, at age 35, I got a 12-inch scope, right? And I'm going to have that until I die. Hopefully that'll be 90. And hopefully. And over the life of that, having to recoat it several times with aluminum is far more expensive. It's far more expensive than continuing to silver it every couple of years.
My nephew's actually silvered his skin.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Try to talk him out of it.
Yeah.
How about the availability of the chemical?
So far, so good.
No problem. Into building.
Into building, there's Peacock Labs, and then there's even, if you're very creative and you're a chemist, you can mix your own brew.
Sure.
Yeah. But that's really asking for R&D.
You said spray it. How does it apply?
Literally with water sprayers. So you can use the bottles that Windex comes in.
Yeah.
You can use a pair of those. So you have your silver and your reducer. And you can just go like that for a small mirror. For a big mirror, you want to use the kit that Angel Building provides, and they have a compressed air, so you can pump up your cylinders of chemical. You pump them up there, and then they have a sprayer that comes in. It's a dual nozzle sprayer.
Mixes
You
them right
pull
there.
the lever, and it sprays them, and they mix on the glass.
Oh.
That's important that they mix on the glass.
Not
Not in air, not in the nozzle, but actually on the glass.
Total amount, that's the.
Yeah, it's very small, yeah. We'll mix, like for my 12-inch mirror, I mix about 5 milliliters each of the solutions, and then you dilute them to a couple of 100 milliliters, and then you go for it.
Said something along those lines that worried me somewhat. So is the coating going to be different at the top and the bottom? You can't turn the mirror.
Potentially, you have to learn how to deal with that, and one of the best ways to
not do that.
Well, one of the best ways to do it is to build yourself a jig that looks a lot like a telescope testing stand, right? And you're spraying as evenly as you can. What Tom found out was that when you're about halfway through, you just rotate it in its cell and keep going, and that gets the top part down at the bottom, and things even out, and it works very well.
I'm not going to be able to do that.
Well,
So that's going to be 6 feet.
yeah, there's no mirror there, right? Well, okay, there will be, not yet, but you're not going to silver your mirror in that jig unless there's no choice. Well, how heavy is that mirror? You're not going to. So here's what you do. You want to silver that mirror 6 feet diameter? Is this the 72-inch project?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's a number of ways of getting silver on there, and with a little R&D, we can figure it out. But your 72-inch is the prime candidate for silver. But you want to design in the capability, right?
You know my comment.
Oh, yeah. Right, okay. That's what, yeah, okay. So he, I guess it's kind of just goes for it, right? Now, in your system, you've already got, looks like the mirror cell mostly built in design.
Okay, right back.
So you've kind of missed the opportunity to design in situ silver, but that's a thing. I think that's what Mike Clemens did.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's why the mission.
Yeah.
My trick with that jig this way and that way. So I'm not.
Sure. Your mirror flip would be you spray it here and then you go and spray it there. Yeah. You can't do that, right?
Yeah, we're getting started.
So you just got to think, how am I going to flip the orientation? And even if you can't flip the orientation, you can still get an even coating if you're careful with your spray tip.
Okay,
It's not a
break is over. 3:45, we're very punctual here. And our next presenter is Zane Landers. Zane has been part of the workshop for the last few years, and today he's going to talk to us about meniscus mirrors.
Right.
So let me make sure that, share screen is enabled. So you should be able to share your screen with the Zane.
Yep. Okay. You guys see it?
Here we go. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So, sorry, I don't have my webcam. It died. I don't know whether it's hardware or software, but I'm not going to check right now. So today I'm going to be talking about my work on meniscus mirrors, which is a bit of a interesting story because I didn't think I'd be here talking about making meniscus mirrors ever. This is my 4th year at the Altaz workshop, and I've been making scopes for 6 years, and you can see there's sort of this trend for stuff got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it got smaller again. And now I'm reversing course and going back to some big scopes, which is really exciting. The first thing I'm going to talk about is it doesn't have a meniscus mirror, but it is a fast thin mirrored scope. It is my 14.7 inch, which is coming up on its 3rd year of existing. I paid for the mirror right around this time 3 years ago, and I finished the first version of the scope in February of 2020. At this point, it's pretty heavily modified from the original. I've had 355 other scopes now, and it's still my favorite. and I keep upgrading it. The most recent thing is I've added Rob's Quinsight, which I've managed to break 2 of already to it, and it had an equatorial platform, and I need to build a new one. And it's sort of gone through quite a few iterations, and I've been sort of just optimizing it for convenience and portability, and I added fans and whatnot. And now it's about 55 pounds. It would fit in my passenger seat were it not for the little legs that are underneath the ground board, which I need because it's actually too short to use even from a chair otherwise. Bit of a good problem to have, I guess. The field of view I get is about 1.7 degrees. I've talked about it a little bit, I think, a few times in prior years. It's a really fun scope. And for a while, it was actually, it was kind of demoted to an outreach scope. These are 2 scopes that really are responsible for me not using the 14. On the right is my 24-inch that I built and have since sold, and my friend Jordan with it. And on the left is a 32-inch Tektron, which for a while I was getting to go and use pretty frequently. And after using both of these for some time, I actually came to the conclusion that I did want a big, very fast scope again. And the reason for such was the 24 I could move just fine when I lived with my parents, but once they were out of the picture and I moved to Arizona, it was pretty much impossible to get it set up for a night's observing, let alone out of the apartment I was living in. But I would frequently drop stuff. Almost knock the scope over while assembling it. I didn't really like being 2 steps up on the ladder. And the Tektron is not only not mine, but is a hugely impractical monster that I would never want anything like. So I sort of went back and I thought, you know, what did I learn from this 24-incher? What did I learn from the 14.7? And what's been going on with Mel and everybody else working on these meniscus mirrors? And for a while, I had sort of 3 ideas in my head. And here's a comparison. So at first I wanted to do a 22-inch f2.8. And I actually ordered the 2 blanks. One of them ended up being a 1/4 inch bigger from BBC Tech. I don't know if Andre's watching, but he unfortunately is not in the business anymore, which was a real shame. I was really excited about what he had to offer. I ordered those, and those were too heavy. They were about 1 1/4 inch thick. They weighed about 40 pounds. I just wasn't super enthused about making scopes out of them. And I actually gave them to 2 of my friends who are probably watching this, and they're both working on them now. And so then I went ahead and I ordered 2 20-inch f3.3 blanks. And the idea originally was to do a binoscope. And then by the time I had actually received both blanks, the idea of the binoscope was basically gone. Then I was going to reuse the tooling. And then I was going to do, one was going to be sort of an ultra compact. And then the other I wanted to maybe do some imaging with. And they were f3.3, so I could use a 4-inch secondary mirror, which was cheap to source. And that sort of fell apart for a few different reasons. Mainly budget. It just didn't make a lot of sense to throw all that money into a second scope that was going to be basically the same. And I had the idea of the one of the 20s was going to fit in a convertible for a while, and then I was like, yeah, that's stupid. I don't need to do that. And so these are we're both 1/2 inch thick. One was BVC. One was plate glass. I kept the plate glass one because the plate glass one has a little bit more in the way of defects in the blank and in the slump. And also I hand ground the 20-inch all the way, the plate glass all the way through. Well, I actually started polishing it. I would show you guys what it looks like right now, but I got it to a flash polish by hand, which was really difficult. Made sure that I didn't have a useless blank, and I hadn't butchered it with astigmatism. Realized I'd scratched it a whole lot and that there was no way I was going to hand polish it anywhere to, an actual optical polish. And then it just so happened that, I found a machine. Yeah, the biggest problem with this is the weight of the mirror is only 15 pounds, which is, that's just fine to push around by hand. That's what a lot of 10s or 12s weigh. The problem is the surface area of the pitch lap or polishing pads with this size mirror is so huge that the friction of them just adds up to a point that even if, I had a pretty lightweight grinding stand for a while and it would just want to fall over. And then, I anchored it down, but the amount of force required just to push the mirror back and forth on it was massive. And this is just not something I think you can get around. I think that really you can't do more than 18 or 20 with the mirror on top by hand. Mirror on the bottom is a different story, but I don't think you would want to do that by hand. I also really underestimated how, I wouldn't say how bad the slump was, but more that the defects in the slump were a lot deeper than I thought. And so I went through 120 just to smooth it out. And then I thought, oh, well, it's only going to take me another hour to get rid of these little divots with 220 in it. It took a lot longer than that. Something recent I've learned is that 50 micron aluminum oxide works a lot better than 220 grit. It's less messy and it leaves you a bit of a smoother surface, and you can do it instead of 220 grit. And that's pretty cool. And I just happened to get this nice, you can see here, this Elgin style machine from a guy near where I live in Tucson. And he had used it to make a 24-inch. He was going to make a 30-inch with it. Really nice, weighs about 500 pounds. It took me a while to get it repaired and up and running, but it's a lot better than doing it by hand. And I haven't taken the approach that probably should have been done, which was to, grip the mirror from above basically and do mirror on top, and then have the tool on the bottom. That's probably the way to go. But what I did instead, because of the limitations of the machine and my skill set really, is I'm just doing the conventional tool on top. So I'm doing 20 pounds of weight with a 14-inch diameter tool. And then the mirror is against the concave tool I use to smooth the back. So I think it's going to be okay on that. If I have massive amounts of astigmatism, I will let you guys know. It could result in that, but I'm hoping that I can avoid that and work it the more traditional way. And this machine can work with up to a 30-inch mirror. I'd say really more of a 28 with the way that it's designed, but with a few modifications, I'm going to make it work with a 32-inch. And the 20-inch f3 right now, I'm sort of still in the design limbo because initially I wanted to do a hexapod. And after a lot of thinking about it, I realized that the hexapod was going to be really kind of annoying to assemble quickly. That I could actually make, I actually was kind of underestimating myself, and I'm not make the cell in such a way that I could have collimation adjustments in it, which was the real reason for doing the hexapod. So these drawings here, where I was thinking of doing a regular truss stop with some composite materials, still might do that. But right now, actually, my two favorites are either doing a zip dob like Mel Bartels' telescopes or a tube. Now, the tube probably sounds like a pretty odd choice, and that's because I own a minivan and I like to do a lot of astronomy outreach. And the tube would be really, really great for that because it's pretty much idiot proof. Also, I'd be interested to see how well the tube does with the longevity of the silver, which I neglected to mention. I'm going to be silvering this mirror. But I'm going to have a wire spider and a belt sling. And weirdly enough, the secondary I actually got was from Clyde Bone's 20-inch Mersenne, which somebody deconstructed and parted out, which was a real shame, but I got the secondary from it, which was nice. And it's probably going to be about a little less than 70 pounds, which is pretty good. And the next up is a 32-inch f2.5, or, well, that's what the mirror slumped to. I think I might grind it back a little bit, but I have the blank. It's sitting behind me under my bed. Don't have anywhere else to put it. It's 3/4 of an inch thick PVC. The slump quality on this came out a lot better. The guy, Andre at BBC Tech, had some complaints about slump quality and bubbles with some of his previous blanks, including my 20s. And this thing does not have any significant bubbles. The slump is a lot better. There's not no surface bubbles really, and no air bubbles. And it's smooth enough. I think I can start with 50 micron. I'm probably going to try to. This one will definitely be hexapod. I have the hardware for that. It's a bit over 3/4 of an inch thick, and I think I can make the whole telescope for less than $4,000 or $5,000. The blank was a bit over $1,000, and the secondary mirror is going to be about $1,500, which is the biggest cost. But the idea here was to see, if I could cram a little more aperture into a ladder-free telescope. I'm fortunate enough to be a bit tall, so my hope is that I can use this, except maybe right at the zenith, without using a ladder, which would be really nice. That's one of the other reasons for the hexapod, is so that I can get rid of as much from the bottom of the mirror cell as possible to really get that primary as close to the ground as I can. That should help shave off an inch or two of height, which should allow me to keep it ladder free. And my plan for this is to do a fixed post machine conversion essentially over the current machine I have. or build a new one, which I prefer not to do. If I did the fixed post, I would have to parabolize by partly by hand, which would be terrible. We'll see. I got to get through the 20-inch first. And I'm actually thinking about doing a 45. And I know this sounds a little crazy, considering my lack of expertise. And the other day, Mel talked about, the concern that having the Sagitta be greater than the thickness and the resulting weirdness of the center of gravity was an issue. So I actually went and talked to 2 different suppliers and to see if I could get them to maybe make a 1 1/4 inch thick blank, where there you'd have the Sagitta be a little less or about equal to the thickness, and then you don't have to worry about some really exotic support solutions. Of course, this also results in a mirror that weighs a lot more and isn't going to cool as fast, but at the same time, some of the insanity that really starts to happen, I think, when you get to these really fringe ideas is eliminated. It's a little more conservative, definitely, and it's going to, it obviously would require a lot more work to move around. But to me, this is probably the compromise I'm willing to go for. And the suppliers I talked to both had sheets of plate glass that would allow a 45-inch blank to be cut. I'm not seriously contemplating this right now, other than I went and actually made sure that I could go and get the glass for this and get it slumped, which is great. And it could, I could decide to not do this. I definitely can't afford to do this right now, but I'd like to. And this, I think that the 45-inch size is also because I'd like to still fit it in my vehicle, and I've designed the structure more or less and on paper, and it should just about clear the wheel wells and so forth. So I think I can do a 45-inch in my minivan.
Zane, we have a question for you here.
Yeah.
Can you name your suppliers?
So I talked to Dottie in Texas. And I forget the other one. It's been a while. I didn't really go far with them other than making sure they had the glass. But I talked to Defense and Optical Technologies, Inc., and they said they had a sheet of plate glass they could cut a 45 out of and slump. And the price on it was actually really good. Yeah. So part of me wants to just order that as soon as I can, because I don't know how long they're going to have that sheet of glass. But they said they could do it, and that's really exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And yeah, thanks, Rob, for finding them in the first place. And here are some comparisons too on the limiting magnitude, field of view, and so forth. So on the right, I have Andromeda just simulated in Stellarium. One of the things with the 45 is too, if part of why I don't think that going any smaller than 45 is really worth it is, you start getting into this gigantic weight gain, but in terms of the actual capabilities of the telescope, you're not quite even getting 1 magnitude over the 32-inch. Maybe you're getting 1 magnitude. Maybe I'm being a little conservative here, but you're not getting more than a magnitude or so, and you're losing a lot of field of view and convenience, and of course the cost goes crazy. But I would like to still do something at that size, the thing I had here for a while was, how capable these would be with night vision, which I'll talk about in a second briefly. But I think that the 32-inch will probably come in at less than 5,000, and the 20-inch, 2,500 is actually really that's just padding out, assuming I spend a lot more money on dumb stuff. But in reality, the 20-inch, I think out of pocket is only costing me around $1,200, which is really good. And the idea with it originally was, back when BBC Tech was offering blanks, was it was going to be sort of a cookie cutter scope that, you could go and order the same blank from them and get a 4-inch secondary mirror, and you could probably build the scope for $1,500 to $2,000. That got abandoned when BBC Tech closed shop. So obviously I'm not quite as worried about meeting some sort of target budget now. But
I'm gonna butt in here just for a moment. Russ Janae just put a message in chat saying he got his 60-inch mirror blank from Dottie years ago.
Really? Oh.
Yes. And that he lives in Payson, Arizona, and that you and he should get together sometime.
Oh yeah, sure, definitely. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I'll shoot him an email then. I think one of the biggest issues to me was that I didn't want to get a trailer, and that's part of why I think the 32 could end up being it. Is I really like just being able to pull up the car, take everything out and be set up and observing pretty quickly and be able to leave if weather's bad. And if you have a trailer, that's really, that you're committing yourself a lot more. And then it sort of also stops being a one-person telescope, and it definitely starts ballooning in budget pretty bad at that point. So to keep it out of a trailer and whatnot is pretty important to me. I also have tried out night vision lately, and I just thought I'd share my thoughts on it real quick because I used a PVS 14 with my 14.7 inch, and I was pretty unimpressed. And that could have been due to the thing being configured wrong. But I looked through a couple other scopes with a PVS 14. The biggest issue to me was that it didn't seem to do anything on anything that didn't have lots of H alpha. For instance, the veil. The veil had some sections that seemed to have a lot more H alpha, and those looked pretty good. They were a little bit better than what you would see with the eyepiece, definitely at least. But the parts that didn't have H alpha were actually, it was the equivalent of adding a few levels of light pollution. I did this at Okitex. And the Crescent looked really good. I think that's got a lot of H alpha in it. The Monkey Head looked good. Orion, well, it was easier to see the faint parts. I can't say much else. Horsehead looked good. Flame looked good. But I guess I can't say it was quite what I hoped. Especially given the cost, I was thinking about getting one, but now I don't see a point. I got a cheaper tube that I'm going to try and rig together for fun to see how well it does. It's a British, I don't remember. It's like a P8079 HP. They're interesting. There's a lot of threads online about them, but I'm excited to try that, but I'm not expecting much. But the thing that I really just found too is it was distracting because you look in the night vision eyepiece and then you look up and then your night vision was pretty obliterated, ironically, if you were looking through a bigger scope. And I just didn't like the loss of resolution either. Mel talks a lot about these integrated flux nebulae and stuff, and all these other targets that have this fine detail to them if you look enough. And then in the night vision eyepiece, not only is the magnification very, very low and optimized to be even lower than I was using, but the resolution degradation is pretty bad. I was not thrilled by that. But I do think it's a useful observing tool, and maybe I'm biased because I have access to dark skies where the benefits are just not as great. But I thought I'd just mention that quickly too. I don't have a lot else to really talk about. I'm really excited to get back to work on these mirrors. I've had some stuff get in the way the past few months on working on them, but I'm hoping to resume work on the 20-inch probably over the weekend with my machine. I'm going to probably make my decision on the structure pretty soon. I'm excited to see Mel's 16-inch zip dob in operation, and depending on how that goes, I think I'm probably going to go with a zip dob. Thank you. I didn't even mention my friend's 3D printed 4.5 incher here, but that's something that I'll hopefully he'll come and talk about next year. Any questions? Apologies, this was rather short. I didn't have a lot to really go over yet. I'll have a lot more next year.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Zane. I just have a comment about the night vision. Your reaction to it is very much what my reaction was when I first saw a night vision device years ago. And it's kind of like, okay, that's kind of cool, but it did not show me enough to make it even worthwhile considering spending down a lot of money. Now the device I looked through, Ed Allen's, this is a top range, very expensive unit. I mean, it's basically, he calls it the unicorn because the sensor is just so good. It has no defects, and you can turn the gain down and still get this unbelievable definition and detail that you just can't see otherwise, without that in many objects. Like you said, if the object doesn't have a lot of H alpha, you're not going to get much gain from the night vision, like on a star cluster or distant galaxies or on IFN. But boy, I tell you what, you're pointing at the right thing, it blows your socks off.
Yeah, I was one of my I think my favorite thing was the Monkey Head Nebula in Gemini. I forget the catalog designation, But that was really impressive. And I had seen that before with night vision. I think the biggest takeaway I had used night vision tubes previously under way worse conditions with other telescopes. And I felt that they brought a lot of benefit if your conditions weren't particularly good.
Sure.
I was in a Bortle 5 with a 10-inch, and you could definitely see the spiral arms in M51 with the night vision. Then you took it out and you could barely see M51. But I think when we're talking about, this higher end of this upper echelons of observing that, a lot of people on here are doing, where we have these monster scopes under these good conditions, I'd see it as basically a very expensive filter is kind of how I look at it.
That's what it is. Yeah.
It's great on certain stuff. I think also if you want to play around with your scope under worse conditions, it's probably really good at that. You'll see stuff that you can see normally visually when otherwise you wouldn't see much of anything. And that's part of why I'm excited to try out my lower end tube is, how bad is it? If I stick it under, the skies I have at home, is it going to be an improvement on those? And if it is an improvement on those, then it's something I'd recommend other than the cost.
And then silver coatings help, definitely. Yeah. And I think certainly for public outreach, because a lot of people have a hard time seeing anything in an eyepiece. So this is a lot easier to look into and to see something. So I think.
Yeah, I definitely would like to use it for that too. Again, I have a tube I have to hack together. It's one of my projects. I'm also making an 8-inch f3, and I'm interested to see how the night vision does in that. I had a 6 f3 and I sold it, which I regret doing now. But I have this 8-inch f3 mirror that Jerry gave me, and it needs to be parabolized. And I've been putting together the scope, and now I've got my machines back. I've got my machines almost back set up again, and I'm going to do that. And that'll be interesting to try with night vision too, because there, it's almost like you're using a long focal like telephoto lens. The field is so wide, which will be great on H alpha stuff.
Hey, Zane?
Yeah.
Question is, did you use a visible blocking filter, an IR pass filter on your night vision experiment?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy who brought it over at Okitex had a filter on it. He had like an IR pass and H alpha filter for it, and he also had just like a wider blocking and IR pass. I don't know the specifics, but it was pretty good. And I looked through Mike Lockwood's one of Mike Lockwood's mirrors in a scope that he was commandeering, and a PVS 14, and in that, and there I saw the hexagon pattern on M42 from the actual night vision tube, which was a little unnerving. View was very good. Can't say it was much better than the eyepiece, but it was the faint wispy region stuff. But it was a little weird to see that pattern from the sensor. It definitely threw me off. And that was one of the other things too, as it sort of detracted from the experience.
Oh, it sounds like a poor sensor.
Yeah.
So we got a comment from Mel.
Yep.
And he's asking that, okay, you mentioned this conference's sweet spot, 2 30-inchers, a 32, a 34, and a 36. How do you see a 60-inch considering that is a team or multi-perform project?
Well, yeah, so part of I almost see the 45, doing a 45 as a team project, honestly. I think when you as soon as the mirror starts to get to the point that you can't pick it up and move it, which, Mel, you're already seeing maybe with the 42s, it already is starting to become, that kind of, is it really a one-person project type thing where you can do it yourself? But I think with the 60, the biggest problem is that you have to figure out, where you're going to be using it on a regular basis. And maybe that doesn't even require a permanent observing site. Maybe you have it in a trailer and you have it at somebody's house, and then you get together with your friends and you roll it out. But I think it just comes down to, what are you going to do with this 60 that it's worth this massive amount of effort to get this not giant gain in actual performance? Because, or what about eyepiece height? If we're going to fold it back, well, you're losing performance to obstruction, you're losing it to not being able to baffle it, or you're losing it to a third mirror, or you're losing field of view if you do a Cassegrain, or some combination of these. And then on top of the fact that you're not using it as much, I think it just comes down to what is it exactly that justifies doing it? If you have a really great reason to do a 60, I think most of the reasons to do a 60 have more to do with scientific or photographic applications, honestly, where you need that little extra oomph and resolution. I think for visual, when you add up all of the losses that are going to happen if you try to make a 60 that's practical to look through on a regular basis, you're not looking at a telescope that actually outperforms the average good 1 meter. I just don't see it. If you fold the light path back or do a 3-mirror telescope or a Cassegrain or whatever, you're losing performance. Or I guess you could make an 18-foot tall telescope, or something. But who wants to climb the ladder for that? And also, when you consider, my friend has a 32-inch Tektron, and that scope's about 12 feet, 13 feet high for the eyepiece. And one of the things is we don't look at as much with it. We have to pick out a pile of objects that are in the same area of sky. Not even because moving the telescope is hard, but because it's a massive commitment to move the telescope across the sky and then move the ladder, position the ladder perfectly so that you can look through it comfortably and then climb up there to look through it. So you end up picking out stuff that's in the same area of sky, so you don't have to move your ladder very much or at all, which if you have a big telescope is fine. But that comes down, that's a point lost in the usability argument. Yeah, Russ just said, 60-inch for science. I think that's really the thing is, if you're going to be doing science, then that game makes sense. But I think visual is always going to be, I think that the goal should really be for visual making right around 1 meter get easier. I think above that, it's never, I think bigger is going to get easier too, but I think it's never going to cross a point where it becomes something that makes sense for the average, for even the committed visual observer. I think if we get to a point where we're able to cram 40 inchers into minivans and roll them out with one person, which is what I'd like to do, I think that's a win. Same even for a 30-incher. I think that, I think being able to cram something in the 20-inch range into a small vehicle and do the scope at a cost of less than like $5,000 and not have to do a ladder is also another, I think it's more about bringing these large sizes down rather than going, okay, well, we've made these kind of big scope, these fairly big scopes easier. Okay, now if these are really easy, well, maybe we can make a bigger one that's about as inconvenient as these used to be. And I think you just can't do that. Also, a 60-inch isn't going to fit in a trail, even some trailers, when you consider all the stuff that's going to be on the sides of it. You look at a telescope that's probably got a 6-foot wide footprint. That's a problem to move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are all really good considerations. And I think the comment I'm going to remember the most or the longest from this workshop is Russ' comment that his 60-inch led to hernia surgery.
That was a meniscus, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah. Yeah, so it's a huge investment in time and, and even considering you come out with a successful telescope.
Yeah, somebody actually has offered me he's in Colorado and has a 61-inch mirror that's, I don't know what it was for, but it's Pyrex and a foot thick, and he was going to get it sliced into blanks for a while, and then he's offered it to me, but I don't even know how to get it here. It weighs several tons, and even if I sliced it into reasonably thick blanks,
that has to go into an observatory.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not doing an observatory. I want to be at the top of a mountain with my scope and put it in my car when I'm done. That's what I like doing.
So I was just thinking about this. So we've installed electronics on some 1 meter telescopes, in South Africa and Peru, and they are, I don't know how to say it. I just read it all the time. Richie Christians.
Yeah.
Is that right? And then they have a tertiary mirror that comes out at an azimuth focus. So I think if you're talking like a 60-inch or a 72-inch, that would be a really great solution, but I'm pretty sure you'd have to have a place for it to live. But I looked through that. I mean, we took the camera off and we did some visual observing with that 1 meter. Oh my gosh. Of course, I was down in the southern skies and looking at the Tarantula Nebula and stuff was just fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, so then there's a last comment here from Russell to me. anything on the 2.3 meter Bach telescope visual observing. No, nothing new on that, but if you're asking about, what was the visual observing experience like on the 2.3 meter, it was unbelievably beyond what I expected. The view of M51 was, well, yeah, you saw it, Dan. I mean, it was like a black and white Hubble image. Yeah, and certainly the Crab Nebula's pulsar, using Dan's shutter and watching that neutron star blink off and on. That was one of the very top observing experiences I've ever had and will likely have. So yeah, the bigger the telescope you can look through visually, I mean, the more incredible things you're able to see, but it also starts to limit what you can look at because the field of view becomes so much smaller.
That too, the 45, I think if you used a 25 millimeter, if you had to really, game around with eyepieces, the most field I think you could maybe get was like 0.7 degrees. And that's small. That's what the 32-inch Tektron gets.
Mhm.
And I feel like anything under a half degree, even if you have, manually, oh, forget it. But even with you're using tracking, I just feel a half degree field is at your lowest power where you're getting that big exit people that on some objects actually is a little too big, I would think. But you're boxed in, and the lowest power you can even use is like 200 or something. And that's a consideration too, if you're stuck at 200 plus power, well, what if your seeing's not very good? You're going to get you're going to get fuzzy stars all the time. I mean, obviously if you're going that big, you also should probably be thinking about that, but still, if you're using, if I'm stuck at 200 power, everything is so blown up and whatnot that you're going to be seeing, you're going to have issues with seeing all the time. You're going to have, you might even be using too much power on planets on some nights, of course, too. But, and of course there's thermal management issues too, there's obviously way too much to go into, but I think like this magic, I think the magic number is like right around 1 meter to 30 inches, I think.
Okay, well, that's interesting because Mel just wrote a comment.
Yeah.
Saying, Howard and others, then do you feel that we've made progress, say by making a 30-inch easier for one person? Was a 30-inch a one-person scope with trailer in the old days? Or is it just the challenge of making the scope? Well, I didn't have a 30-inch in the old days, but from what I saw, I remember Steve Swayze's 30-inch when I first saw it in 1991, and that took 3 people to set up. So we've certainly made a great deal of progress from then in terms of, the 2 30-inch mirrors that you made, Mel, and how easily we can get these scopes up and running. So that's huge progress. Translating that up into bigger mirrors, well, will that make a 42-inch telescope easier to set up and get observing with now than it would have 30 years ago? I would say probably yes, but might it still be more hassle than it's worth? I mean, that's the only way to find out would be to do it. But that would be if I was making a 42-inch telescope, that would be my main concern. Is it still going to be something that isn't so much trouble to set up that on a decent night, I'm just going to say, no, I'm going to use a smaller telescope and pass that by. I mean, that's hard to guess right now, but that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I basically have accepted if I did a 45, it would probably need to be 2 people to at least get it in the car easily most of the time. I mean, maybe not, but I question, that's why I question even if I can afford it, should I do it, is because, it might be one person, but my 24-inch was that way too. It was like, it was one person, but it was, that scope, was a pretty conventional 24 course, but every time it was that on that limit where like when I set it up, I would always feel a little uneasy about assembling it myself, rolling it back up into the car. Cause I knew, you know, if I slipped or something, I was going to have a destroyed scope and might probably injure myself. And that was, you know, that's my concern with going bigger than 30 or 32 inches is, you know, is there any way to avoid that? Even if you can still technically move it. Yeah.
Well, I think there's one possible solution, and that's something that both Mel did in the past and Steve Swayze did, was that they kept their telescopes completely assembled and had a trailer, either got a trailer or built a trailer that they could just roll their scope completely assembled in and out of. So there was no assembly. It was just the process of getting the scope in and out of the trailer.
Of course, then you're going up in cost.
Going up in cost.
Massively.
And still, I mean, I watched Steve and Bruce Swayze move that 40-inch in and out of the trailer that Steve made. And that took at least as long as setting up the telescope would have. It was still a big procedure.
But yeah, it doesn't seem like much of a win.
Yeah. So anyway, okay, so what I'm thinking is we're going to switch computers for Dan's presentation. And so that might take a few minutes. It might take more than a few minutes. We don't know. So actually, no, we're not going to switch computers. We're just going to get on Zoom, right? And yeah, that'll be easier because then we won't have to get everything stopped and started again. Yeah, so Dan's going to get that ready to go. And
Good job, Zane.
yeah, great job. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be at OSP next year if there aren't fires or repaving or any of the other,
us too.
You know, horsemen of the apocalypse preventing the star party. But yeah, I hope to see you guys there.
I hope so. Yeah, we all hope to be there. Well, this might be a good time to take a very short break, and and Jesse's taking this opportunity to bark at somebody. So yeah, we'll take the pressure off Dan to get this thing going right away. So if you need to go stretch your legs and whatnot, it's a good time to do it. And as soon as we're ready, we'll be back.
Let's see. I just forward this. Yeah. Send this email there. So you should be ready. Yeah. Okay, scroll down. The day 3. Day 2.
And I will admit you. Okay. Okay, I see you're on the screen.
Maybe I should just mute me.
Okay, so when you get started, I'll mute my computer. So we won't get that. Okay, so yeah, you just let me know when you're ready to go.
Still learning how to use Zoom after all these years. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. I want to share the whole computer. How do I share my whole computer?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Screen.
Okay, your screen is being shared. Okay, well, there's your whole, yeah, there's your whole screen.
Let's see if I go to.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, can we start the? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
If it gets too much, you just tell me. Cut it out, and I'll tell you.
Okay, so you're pretty much ready?
I think so.
Okay, so Dan's ready. So I'm going to mute my computer and turn on, Dan will have his.
Hello? Well, who's,
I think there's feedback between you and the monitor.
let me turn my, no?
I think you need to mute your.
Yeah, yeah, but we need to mute the speakers coming out of that.
Right.
There. Nope. There. Whoop.
There you muted it.
Okay. Can you guys hear me out in ones and O's land?
Hey Zoomers, can you guys hear?
They're all muted.
Yes. Tim says yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Right.
Okay, so this is where's Daniel? Well, he'll be here soon. Oh, they're getting cookies. Sorry, you guys on Zoom land, you don't get the cookies. Anyway, so this is the Jimmy telescope, and this is during that period of testing. We tested for a total of 12 days. I'll get into that a little bit later. Let's see. So it seems like a really big delay. Okay, so the problem solving and successes, and this is today's date. And let's see. Yeah, I see it on the computer screen. It comes in about 3 seconds later. Okay, Jimmy's goals. Oh yeah, so this is Jimmy. I got to tell you a little bit about Jimmy Lowry. So he has a different philosophy than a lot of us here for visual observing. He wants to see old photons. And so the field of view can be quite small because he's looking at galaxies. He's been mainly in the northern hemisphere looking at galaxies. Now he wants to see old photons in the southern hemisphere. So he needs a telescope with a big telescope with really good optics that goes at really high power. One thing that he's against because of his situation, he doesn't even want to use a paracord. And when I was like, first, well, what kind of a paracord should we get this thing? And it was like, no paracord. And then I was thinking, well, how about fan cooling? Should we get the new one from Ed? No, I want fans. They got to do this, And I said, well, okay. So these are Jimmy's goals. Let's see. A visual 36-inch f4 portable telescope. Now, the thing that made this a really hard project out of that one sentence is the word portable. Okay, excellent optics. I think we have that. High power, I think we have that. No coma corrector, I just talked about that. And completed in 6 months. So our goals, we wanted to meet all of Jimmy's goals. And then in addition to that, I wanted a rock solid mount, even in winds. Direct drive motor on both axes. and I'm writing that in italics because that's one we did not achieve. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And an extremely accurate mount, we really did do this, and easy to set up by even one person. That guy right over there, he has done it multiple times. That's Daniel. He works with me on all kinds of projects. So we've met all of those goals except completed in 6 months. Well, times pi. Plus a few months. So that's Dave Rowe always says that whenever you say you're going to do something in so much time, he says multiply by pi. Well, in this case, it was a little bit shy, and even times pi. So we went over that. So we also wanted a direct. We ended up with only a direct drive on the azimuth, which works remarkably well, but we had to change the altitude design. We finally ended up using a large hardened disc with a no backlash reducer and a hardened roller, which we'll talk about a little later. But we also have, in addition to this, we still, with a direct drive on the altitude axis, we had a high resolution encoder on it, and we kept that. So now we use what we call the cascade mode. A lot of you know what that means, but in one sentence, it means we move the motor until the position of the motor makes the telescope encoder be where it's supposed to be for a given time and a given velocity. So these are some drawings, some early drawings, and it actually looks, the azimuth turned out remarkably like this. This is the rotor. So everything you see here turns. You can see, if you can see my mouse, I hope. That's where the encoder ring goes. Then these are magnets. Now we needed a lot of torque, so I put magnets on the bottom, or we put magnets on the bottom and magnets on the top. And then this is a unique idea that from our first workshop, the ideas came out, and Richard Berry was making some suggestions, and then Ed Harvey, who just retired from TMS, where we are right now, kind of invented this, where if the encoder, let's say the encoder read head is right here, and let's say you put a dial indicator and that's too close to here. What you want to do is you want to move it that way. So what you do is you loosen this screw, and also to loosen the one clear on the opposite end where you can't see my mouse, and then you tighten this screw, and you do that and move it again until you get it centered. It's remarkably easy, and that's a pretty important thing to do. So now this is the stator. So if you go back, rotor, stator, and you can see there's a gap. These are the coils, and the magnets go between those. And these are the balls. This is called a slewing bearing. And we did learn a lot about slewing bearings, right, Daniel? Yeah. This is basically the ground board, and you can see the coils. These are the how many coils, Dan? 24, I think. 24 coils and 32 magnets on each side. And so this is the lower set of coils. We also have an upper set of coils. And here it is after we learned a lot about slewing bearings, which I'm going to start talking about right now. And we had some issues. It wasn't nearly as free as we wanted it to be, and we were having problems with enough torque. And so we were doing a lot of testing, Daniel and I, and one day we clamped it to a steel table. We had just a slewing bearing, and we we're going to test the torque on it. And we clamped it in a couple of places on the stator part, and the problem appeared, and we unclamped it, and it disappeared. So what we found out after a lot of testing, it was because flexure in that massive bearing and that steel ring, which I didn't think it would ever budge, but it does. And so we made this ring here, and Daniel brought it to a shop nearby, and they had a big lathe, and they machined this surface flat. where you, if you can see my mouse. And that almost completely solved all the problems in the azimuth bearing. It was easy to turn, a lot easier to turn. Let's see. Whoops. Okay. All right. So, but then it still was a little hard in a couple of places. And so I had the thought, or we had the thought, we could put it on a three-legged stool type situation. And so if you can see my mouse, we got the crane, the gantry crane out because we had to lift the whole telescope off this whole assembly, and along with this slewing bearing. And then we slipped a steel washer here, and one over here, and one over here. And then we lowered it back down and tightened it down. Those 3 bolts, we took all the other bolts out. And it completely solved the problem. Yeah. Yeah, that's really funny, Howard. Okay, so this is that steel ring again, right here where the mouse is. And you can see the toggle stop right here. And you can see the read head. Daniel, can you come over here so they can hear you? Because it's my microphone. Whoops. So Daniel, and where's his wife? Oh, there. That's Laura. They just got recently married in early June. And so he started working for us. We hired him as a landscaper. And we started having him do different things. And he basically built this telescope. He now knows how to run a CNC lathe, a CNC mill, a regular lathe, and he welds all kinds of materials, and basically built this thing. It's really amazing how far he's come along. And how long have you worked for Daniel? 5 years. 5. Jeez. Okay. All right. So so he basically built the telescope. Yes. Yes. I'll talk about that later. Oh, this is why I wanted you to come over. Could you talk about this little black thing right here?
So that is basically a light tunnel for the LED on the encoder to kind of direct the light that comes out of the encoder in one direction instead of kind of illuminating the area, because that blue light, once it's when it's dark outside, gives off quite a bit of light. So I designed a little clip-on. It basically is a compression clip around the where the wire comes into the encoder, and it just clips right on there. And I had to shave the top off because there was so little room there. So it clips right onto the front side, directs the light. So you pretty much have to be standing in one position to see.
So who suggested that?
That was a Howard suggestion. Yeah.
Yeah, so the last night of testing was more than I mean, it wasn't testing really. It was like using the telescope. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Space bar. I think. Okay, so this is the altitude original motor, and this is just one side. I had a 2-sided motor like Chris's planned, one on each fork. And so these are the coils, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 coils, and then enough magnets so that it would never leave the magnetic field of those coils for doing 90 degrees of rotation. One of the things I pointed out in Chris's talk, he talked about placing the magnets, and he kind of invented something to do it. And this was Joel's invention, who quit and got another job before this was finished. So he did a lot of the preliminary work when he worked for SciTech. So anyway, it was his idea. We designed this up and printed it. And it's so you put the first magnet on. Well, I'll do it here. And then you place this over that first magnet. And then you just slip 2 in. And then you shuffle this around and work your way around. And it's so much easier. So if anybody wants a CAD file or something, email me. So this is what it looks like with a CAD file. So I've got to get going on. Oh, this is good. So this still remains, not the motor, but the read head and the encoder ring still remain. And that's what makes the altitude point so well and track. So since we had a lot of problems, we're talking about resonance and frequency, and we just tested that with, I'm going to call you Mike because I don't know your, yeah. So Mike got an app on his phone and we tested the frequency, the lowest resonant frequency of that OTA, and it's about 5 to 5.5 hertz. And that's why we couldn't, I believe that's why we couldn't make the direct drive work. I tried 2 resonant filters, 2 notch filters, and all kinds of things we tried, and we couldn't make it work. So we actually gave up. So then this was take 2, and it worked remarkably well. But I wasn't completely happy with it. There were some places where it would like swing a little bit and stuff. So I said, well, we need a little more leverage. So this is what it looked like. We had 2, there's a brushless motor right here, and the timing belt goes around that. And on the inside, there's a reducer. It's a 15-to-1, I think, if I remember correctly. This is the new disc. This is after we made it larger. And we have this disc hardened. Daniel, what do we rock roll that one?
55.
55. Okay.
Mild
It's
steel.
mild steel. And we got it up to Rockwell 55, which is, you cannot touch it with a file. We did this pulley, if you can see my mouse. We did this roller ourselves. We bought a small little kiln, and after some experimenting and using a tester, we got this to
Between 45 and 48.
yeah. And we wanted this to be a little bit softer than the disc because we'd rather have this wear out than the disc. Okay, and here's what it looks like today. Now let me point out a couple things here. So Daniel came up with this idea. Where'd you get this? This was a kind of a special order, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know where.
Yeah, he can't remember, but you can lock and unlock the altitude. As soon as you push this down, it pushes down on this lever right here. These are spring washers right here. These 2 things are also spring washers. And then there's a not shown as a spring that pulls this whole thing down to release it. There's a pivot point over here on this other side. And so when you push this down, it lifts this end up and it engages, just like Star Trek, engage. And then if you want to move the telescope around by hand or doing some other stuff, you disengage it. And it works extremely well. It's neither. It's an engage. It's like a gear shift. You put it in first. But yes. Yes. Good question. So this is, I had to rotate the video because otherwise the resolution wouldn't be as good, but Daniel's probably going to have some comments on this, and I'm almost certain. So let's see. I think if I just click once. Okay.
That was a 2-day project.
Just wait. They can't hear you. We're making it true. Smooth and true.
That's right.
Yes.
That's a carbide. That's a carbide.
Okay. I don't want to watch it again. That's a lovely hearing. All right, so Daniel has a few words to say about this, and I hope there's no bad language involved.
Well, I blew through a how big it was, a fairly large air compressor in about a half a day, the first day that I attempted this method. It was a lot of work. That hardened steel did not want to cut. So taking off just a teeny amount each cut by adjusting the four bolts that were on the bottom of the bracket there.
These right here.
Yes. And, by turning all four of them, watching, I had marked each one of the nuts, so I knew exactly how far it was turning each time and going. It was a lot of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth to adjust that to the point where I was getting the same sound coming out of the cutter the whole way, making a clean cut, a clean pass each time. And of course, as soon as we got to one full pass or so of the same thing, then it was onto the like a sanding wheel, where then I just polished it out and just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So it's about 2 days of grinding to get that.
About how many microns of, they can't see me anyway.
Oh,
How many microns of material did you have to remove?
It was a lot after a while, because after hardening, it totally, I did this before sending it to hardening. When we got it back, it warped, and I had to go right back to it and do it all over again. So it was a lot of work. It was there was many thou. I think at the max it was about 15 thou out when we first started in a couple of spots in the very middle. I think we were out 30 thou. So it was a lot. There was only, for a long time it was just getting one little cut for a while, and I did that down until, so it was a lot of back and forth, a lot of time spent on my knees.
anyway, so there was some good weather coming up, and this is at the end of spring, and it's hard to find good weather. So we made a push to get the mirror installed so we could actually test. Let's start it over. So we do work pretty fast. There's Jessie girl.
We had the whole mount on the pallet jack. So once we got to our gantry crane, the crane was not very, it didn't move very cleanly. There was a lot of backlash, and it would keep moving once you left your finger off the button. So we put the whole mount on the pallet jack. That way we could get it really close, and then we could lift up the whole mount on up to the mirror. That way we could slam it down onto the mirror cell.
Okay. All right, so now we're onto the toggle. And you can see it right here. If you can see my mouse, this is the toggle. And again, Daniel made it, because he made it pretty much everything, but it pivots here. And this little piece here, it clamps on, you hear it bolts on to this thing that sticks out, this square stock. And this is a very clever device. So I was with Russ Janae on the Big Island of Hawaii, and we were got a wonderful tour, which is a whole nother story. So I'm going to keep that part short. But we ended up down in where the azimuth was turning, and I saw these toggles, and it prevented, if something went wrong with the controls, it would prevent the telescope from breaking probably millions of dollars worth of cables in that situation. I think this is a movie, so let's get see. So this is one that I made using FreeCAD. So now you see it going around, and there it hits. And you can see how, if you want go around the other way, right now you can see it would go 2 turns. Let's see if I can get rid of this. Okay, what is this? Is this another test? Let's see. I mean, another video. Taj made this one. He's probably watching right now. He used Fusion for it. I gave him some drawings, and you can see, let me back this up so you can see the beginning. Okay, it toggles there, and he's able to turn. So we just went about over 360 degrees, and then it stops it. And so now if you go the other way, you see, okay, it flips over, and then it keeps going. So we can do 2 full turns. And the whole idea is to protect the cables, because there's the motor cable. How do I get out of here? Oh,
So this is a very clever way of getting away from complicated electrical rings. Where making actual cables, let them twist up to locations.
yes,
And all well.
exactly.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad.
What, Russ meant,
Yes, that's exactly what Russ meant. So let's see, I think. All right, so I made this movie this morning. Let's see how this turns out. Hey, Jesse. Anyway. Come on. Oh, come on. How do I get rid of this? There, finally. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we're on to a different topic. And this was the hardest thing that we had to do, I think, was to make this portable. And I'm quoting my dad here because Gorman Gray, because he's the first one that told me this when we were trying to probably move something with a crowbar. And originally, I guess it's Archimedes. I don't know how to say it's pronounced, but anyway, he said in the long time ago, give me a place to stand and the lever long enough and I will move the world. And so that's what, not really a lever, but we're using machines to move this telescope around so one person can set it up. And let's see if I can. Okay, so it's very top heavy. It's very, out of balance now, but that winch is holding it for us. Hurry up, Daniel. You see that long pin, he puts it over that and then twists it up. So it's a big help. I forgot. 50, no, it's not nearly 50. No, I don't think it's even that. It's, I think it's, I can't remember. I have it written down somewhere.
Put it on by, I can put it on.
There's a baffle. The sock is missing. It's down at the Astro Systems getting lengthened. It was a little too short. So now we're in balance. Those are the locks. There's an altitude lock and an azimuth lock. Right? Yeah. We can lock the altitude in 2 positions, near the horizon and at the zenith. Okay, so now I'm going to start skipping this because it's too long. But now he's doing the opposite. We're taking it down. Oh. Hey, Daniel, you want to talk about all the holes in that cage?
Yeah, when I first started, when we were first basically finished with the secondary cage and putting it on and taking it out for testing, I knew pretty quickly that it was too heavy and we had too much material. So I brought it up to Dan about maybe dropping a little weight by punching a few holes in it. And we did the math, and I think we ended up dropping 13 pounds of aluminum plugs throughout the base of the mirror cage, the top ring, and all the square pieces of trussing between the rectangular stuff. And I forget how many holes, but probably somewhere around 150 holes, hand drilled mostly, because it was all done after the welding was done. So I had to, there was only a few spots on all of that I could use the drill press on. Otherwise, I had to stand there with the drill. Another tool which I destroyed after just running for hours and hours cutting holes through 1/2 inch and 3/8 aluminum.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's one we just saw. Okay, so now we're talking about the motion, the moving. We fondly call that machine a tote goat. I don't think we have our driver's license to drive that yet. Okay, now we towed it to, or we put it in the trailer and we took it to TMS. And this is where it is right now.
So you had metal ramps underneath the plywood.
Yes, yeah. Okay, so shoot, what's his name that works here that was helping us? He took this camera. Donovan set up a time lapse of Daniel setting it up here at TMS. Okay, started over. So I'm just trying to make a movie, which didn't turn out. It wasn't recording for some reason. Yeah. So I wanted to tell you that first video we saw, before I speeded it up, it was a 24-minute movie, and that was setting it up and taking it down. So that's not bad. Okay, so then, I think it was in June, we first started testing this thing. And so it was a Friday night, I remember, and Daniel came out to help me. I really appreciated. And we only did visual testing. And it was pretty tough because the ground isn't level and our ladder isn't tall and we have a lot of trees. And the tall ladder was pretty unstable and basically dangerous to get to the top. We did make a visual model and we had decent pointing and tracking. And we also found that we were going to have to move the secondary mirror just a little bit towards the main mirror. So Daniel left and I wanted to see M13 really bad. And so I moved the big tall ladder because it was pretty high. And I started getting up to the top and I leaned over and got a glimpse of M13 and then the ladder started shifting. I got down right away. So I didn't have time to use averted vision or anything like that. So I said, well, let me put a camera on this thing. And so I 3D printed this Crayford focuser, and it's got a little servo motor on it. We have it here if anybody wants to look at it. It's over on the table over there. And I started making models to see how it would point and track. So this was the first model I made. And I was a little disappointed. I mean, 15 arc seconds is not what I'm used to. I'm used to 5 or even less. And you can see because the spread is going up and down that it's the altitude that. And so this is my first indication that something might not be what I would want. And remember, one of our goals was to make this thing extremely accurate. And then this picture is just to give you an idea of the amount of trees and buildings we have. So this little line that goes around sky, we call this sky view, and like here's between 2 trees. And then the best view is over in the east. So anyway, I started taking images. This is a stack of M27, and the seeing wasn't especially good that night. Also, it wasn't perfectly collimated, but these are all 10-second images over 12 minutes. And so then, of course, the next day I made movies of all these. And you can see some rotation, and that's normal. We don't have a D rotator, but notice the drift, and that drift is in altitude. Do it one more time. So the rotation is normal because we don't have a D rotator, but now it's starting to drift. Now it wasn't drifting at first, but then it started drifting. And that should tell me something right away. Now think of this, if you're looking at M27 in a telescope, you wouldn't even notice that drift. But you know, I have high goals. So this is M13. Let's see if that's a movie. Okay. That one fared a little better and it was pretty high. But then the thing is we could have been near a peak of the problem, like, you know, the top of the sine wave, if you will, of the problem. And this is a M94. This I think I might have cropped out some of that. Oh, yeah, I did in that picture. And that's not too bad. Let's keep watching. And this must have been in the east or west because there's not much rotation. Okay, so we did see a little bit of drift. Okay, this is a really nice image, M94. And you can still see a little bit of, I hadn't collimated very well, and I don't think I had the paracore on yet. Okay, now we can see the rotation pretty easily. And that one turned out reasonably well. So I'm a little bit more encouraged that, you know, but we move on. Oh, this is just for fun. Yeah, I thought it was a movie. It's not. But this is a very, very telling image. This one with the curly lines. So this is satellite NORAD 37189. It's about almost 8,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth average. But look at those squiggly lines. Now those squiggles are in altitude. So again, we have a problem with the altitude. Okay, so now this is Andromeda Galaxy, and I'm pretty sure it's a movie. Okay, now look at, see, it wasn't drifting at first, and then it starts drifting. And so, and it's altitude. Is this the same one? Yeah. Okay, so this is part of the Veil Nebula. Howard probably knows which part it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Wow, it's just marching right across the screen. Do that again. And that's altitude. And then here's another model I made, and you can see it's totally all in altitude. So here's another one. Let's see what this one looks like. So we see a little bit of rotation, but there's also drift. And then it goes back. See that it went one way and then came back the other. So that must have been at the top of the sine wave. Now this is my favorite image. It's 6946. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it in your telescopes. And it's one of my favorite visual objects actually. And I did cheat on it. By this time I had the paracore on, and I also I had a better collimation. Oh no, what's cheating was I did a deconvolution filter on it. Yeah. Okay, so this one, this is all those images, and you can see a drift and rotation in it. So problem's not solved. I did try a whole bunch of things. I can't even remember all the things I tried, making new models. So this is a sequence of stars, and I took the very first one and the last one, and I put them together. And so you can see the distance it drifted. And that, again, that's in altitude. I wrote a piece of software called, I call it Analyze Images, and it uses Dave Rowe's plate solve. And you can get a list of images, and then it plate solves each one, and it calculates the drift. And I standardize, or I normalize to how many arc seconds, if you can see my mouse, how many arc seconds of drift do you get in 1,000 seconds? And in this case, I'm getting, this was, this is just tracking in the west. It says tracking east right here, but I forgot to change the name of the sequence. So we got almost 21 arc seconds of drift. Now, if you're a visual person, you wouldn't ever notice 20. That's a third of the diameter of Jupiter at opposition. So you would never see that. But I want to get to the bottom of this problem, and I wasn't there yet. And so that same piece of software, you can graph it out. And if you look over, so look at the altitude difference. It's the green line, and look at the deviation. It goes way down here, and then it kind of flattens out. So you can kind of see that that's the problem is in the altitude. The red is just the distance average. So, okay. So then this one here is just again, it's a beginning and end shot, which this one didn't do too much drifting. It was mostly the rotation drift that you see. NDC 891, this is a stack of 40 30-second images over 20 minutes. Let's see if I have I thought there was a video for that. I guess not. Well, this is stacked, so it automatically derotates and takes out the tracking errors. NGC, NGC 7332. And I hope I have a movie. Yep, I have a movie for this one. Okay. And then near the end, it has drift, but it wasn't too bad. Okay, so this is 7332, so we can analyze it. We'll know what it is. There was a 6. Let me my glasses. I can't read it. I get my old fart glasses. 6 arc seconds over 1,000 seconds of time. And let's look again at the altitude, which is green. We had this one was mostly in the azimuth, believe it or not, which is, but still it was a lot less than the altitude that we've been getting. And I can't really explain why we got that one in azimuth. So here we have it. So I've been testing really 9 nights, really 10 because the first one I didn't do any imaging. So this is 10 nights of testing and trying to get to the bottom of the problem. So one night I'm watching the news with Samantha, and I think it might have been boring or something, and or maybe this was just overtaking my brain, and all I could think about was what the hell is going on. I didn't think it was the roller on the altitude axis because we have the encoder up there. It's supposed to counteract any problems with the roller, and there was no position error in the telescope. The controller was doing exactly what it was told, and it came to me, and I'm sitting there. I go oh, like that, and Samantha looks at me and says, well, "What's wrong?" And nothing was wrong. I figured it out. Probably CNN. Okay. All right. So I gave this talk, and this is a long learning experience for me over a number of years. I learned that encoder error is very, very drastic. A little teeny tiny amount of bearing slop in what I call in this picture would be the up and down, which I call the Y. So bearing slop in Y direction is extremely sensitive. So the Y-axis bearing slop, I'm calling the Y, 1/10,000th of an inch. What's that in millimeters? Oh, it's written right here. 0.00254 millimeters of bearing slop or motion. It doesn't have to be slop. Any kind of motion in that axis will create 5 arc seconds of error. So the light went on in my brain when I was watching the news. And so the next day, Daniel and I, we put a dial indicator on that, and it was out 30 thousandths. This is the roller. Now, I was thinking that wouldn't matter if that was out, but what I was doing was lifting that disc up and forcing the whole axis to move slightly. And that's what created the errors, and that's what created the problem. So bearing slop divided by the diameter times pi times the number of arc seconds in a circle. Really simple. And so this will give you an idea of where we went wrong. So this is the reducer. I forget the brand, but it works really well. It's a 15-to-1, and it has this little thing with 8 volts in it. And then there's 2 pins right here. And then here's an exploded view. And this is the roller that we hardened, Daniel hardened. And this is what we measured about the 30, was it 30,000 to 35? Something like that. Anyway, there's a pin here and a pin here. I took this whole assembly out so Daniel could drill and tap this, which we did, so we could put this bolt on. And then when I put it back together, I put it on 180 degrees out. And that cost me 8 nights of testing, which I actually enjoyed, but and I have a lot of data, which I just showed you. So let's see, this is exactly what I was just saying. So I think I can, it moved the large disk parallel to the encoder read head by a very, 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 very small amount. And then turning it around, we got like 2000. It was just like unbelievable. So we turned a not so good point XP model of like 15 arc seconds RMS and the tracking problems, which for a visual telescope was really good, but not good for, I mean, what's the problem? It should be a lot better. Solve that. Plus now my brain could start thinking about other things. All right, so this is a part of the Pelican Nebula. And I think there's a movie. You might see some rotation, but there's a little scintillation. Look at that. Beautiful. And let's see, here's another one. This was just a random area. Satellite. Look at that. This one must have been in the east. Oh, it was in the east. And so there wasn't much rotation. And then look at this. Drift in it. I did these drift in 1,000 seconds. About 2.5 arc seconds over a period of 16.66 minutes. So I call this red because we had a spec on another telescope that had to meet that, which we did. That's another total long story. And so I'm happy with that. And you know, it took me a few nights of testing to figure it out. Now look at this nice model. If anything, there's more in the right ascension. There's more in the azimuth than there is in altitude. And we're down to 5.5 arc seconds RMS. And that's more what I'm used to, or even better. There's still a little bit, I did some testing with mirror flop testing or non-repeatable air testing, and there's a small amount, and it's probably from that, but anyway, I'm really happy with it. And then that's the end of my talk. Where are we on time? Good, okay.
So after drawing 100 people, starting right after my testing, the sending this telescope to far enough.
Well, yeah, actually, I hope to go down there and look through it.
Yeah, Dan needs an extra assistant.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Yes, there's an extremely short, easy list of, we got some labels to change and put on there. What else I forget now?
Yeah, the little tote goat right now only works on one side, so I'm gonna make it so you can attach it from either side and move it from either end, because that might be necessary at some point. We're going to change, we're gonna add a azimuth lock so we can lock it 90 degrees out from where it is at any point. So that'll make getting on and off the trailer a little bit easier because it narrows the space that it takes up, basically, because the trailer that we got yesterday to move it here should have been big enough, but it wasn't. So we had to rotate it. And now that just gave us another idea to make sure that we can have the option to move it in any position. So.
Who do you trust to ship?
Well, that's kind of a, oh, can they still hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna have a discussion with Jimmy. Where do we proceed from here? And he needs to buy a trailer probably. I don't know if he wants to ship them down the way it is, or I don't know if he wants to put it in a trailer and secure it really well and ship it down inside of a trailer, or, you know, drive it down. I don't know yet.
Yeah, I don't either, but I know that before he retired, Jimmy was a stevedore. And so he was in charge of loading merchant marine ships. And that's what he did professionally. So I'm positive he knows exactly how he wants to have this crated up and shipped down on a boat. But other than that, yeah, the longer he takes to
to take possession of it, the more time we have to play with it.
And so then our last night of, it was a viewing session. It wasn't a testing session. And Howard came out. We finally had a decent night. We had a few conflict problems. Finally, Daniel came out and Daniel's father came out, and we had a really wonderful time. It just performed great. And the optics, I mean, I always worry about, did I do something wrong with the mirror cell? Is there going to be astigmatism? And not any, I could not detect any astigmatism. Howard does a lot better job of star testing, so he knows, he said that the collimation wasn't quite right, so he tweaked it and has a really cool way to do that now. And we got really great, but then Jupiter came up at the end of the session, and we thought, I don't know, we want to look at that. It's going to look terrible. And it was through the trees, and it was beautiful. I've seen it crispier than that, but it was low on the horizon, and for what we were doing, it was wonderful.
Will this go to Jimmy's home first and then to Chile?
Well, we don't know. I don't know that. This all has to be decided, but we're about ready to do that.
Does he live in this area?
He lives in by the McDonald Observatory, which is down in northwest Texas. Yeah. Howard goes down there quite often and looks through his 48-inch telescope. He's got a 48-inch telescope in the observatory. So, yeah, we had some challenges and we solved problems over a long period of time, and we made it portable, and it's an extremely accurate on a level with professional telescopes as far as pointing and tracking. Can I share my screen one more time? Okay, let's see. Gotta put my glasses on. Share. Oh, I don't want to share my screen. What am I talking about? Stop share. I want them to see me on my camera. Oh, you can? Oh, okay. If you guys can zoom in, I'm going to show you. There's Howard's telescope.
Can you turn on those lights, Jerry?
Okay. This is Howard's telescope. It's got one thing that hasn't been talked about is this little filter wheel right there. And this is the JimiScope. And I'm going to go ahead and I think this is all set up. Okay, it should say untie. Okay. No, I don't think so. Did you turn it off? You did? Oh, Daniel turned it off. Okay. Well, let's see. Stop this. Look at my scope out of the way. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, okay. You don't trust me, huh? Okay. So we have a pretty cool piece of software that Tosh helped us with, and we got a Raspberry Pi. I'll show it to you. So this is the cover for the electronics. 3D printed. We 3D print everything we possibly can. So that's the Raspberry Pi on top of the fourth one there. It's got a little cover. And it puts out a wireless signal. It's all free software if you only need one device. And okay, let's see. Okay, so I'm going to run this piece of software. Oh, wait, first of all, I have to connect. So I'm going to connect the wireless to, not there. Okay, that's it, Cloud Hub. Okay, it's already connected. So now we're going to run this piece of software here, I hope I don't drop my computer. Okay, it's already running. Okay. Now I think I can just click on cycle contours here. Oh, it might be. Okay.
Yeah, you want me to hold it for you so you can.
It shouldn't. Let's see what it does. Something's wrong. Yeah, just go back and talk. Oh, there it goes.
I can put it. Okay.
That's all. Okay, so now we're running a script. Back it up a little bit. I should probably go outside and look again for the lighting. There's Jessie girl. Okay, so now we have to wait a little while. There's a pause. There it goes. I'm keeping it up high because I didn't want to hit anything in there. Okay, that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions? What? Let's stop, right? You're left to run. Yeah.
Much quieter than the Pitman.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't you, we'll mute you now. Mute me. Okay, so. Okay, you're muted. So anyway, any questions out there in Zoom land? Or here in the workshop? Well, I just make the comment that, based on our earlier conversations and comments about, scopes larger than 30 inches being one person portable and one person set up and have it be relatively easy. I think here we have a very successful example of that.
Say one thing about
Yeah, Dan's going to make a few more comments about that.
So Howard was pretty instrumental in helping us with this. Also Chris, because Chris had that little tote thing that he was using. And so we decided to do the same thing. So that was a big help. And then also Howard showed us one from Star Structures. I forget the guy's name, real nice guy.
Oh, yeah. I can't.
Anyway, he showed me a video of how they use some winches and jack it over so that it's easy to put on. And so we came up with this idea. So yeah, it works out pretty nice. So thanks, Howard, for all the suggestions that you had.
I'm full of ideas and some of them are actually good. Yeah, so I don't think Jimmy, if he goes down to Chile by himself, would have any problem with this. So, but yeah, so Jimmy, when you look at this, the recording of this, and I'm sure you'll be even more impressed based on what you've already known about the scope. And as you probably heard, we have a platoon of volunteers to come down there to help you use it. So if there's no more comments or questions, that will be it for this year's AltAS workshop. I'd like to thank everyone who participated, here and in Zoom. And yeah, I just saw this comment from Tim saying the same thing. So thank you. It's a pleasure to do this for me. it's a technical challenge, particularly this year because we're here in person and we're on Zoom. But, you know, considering how well this has worked and how much further we can reach around the world for people to participate, I think this is the way we should do it going forward. Or the donate, but oh, okay, I'll send you my I'll send you my checking account number. Yes, but this is free. There is no registration fee. There never has been. The only money you spend when you come here is if you're here in person and partake of the barbecue, and that's
on a volunteer basis.
and that's on a volunteer basis. If you don't have $5, it doesn't matter. And yeah, so one of the things that McKelly and I were talking about the last couple of days too is just how everyone in the ATM, by that's the amateur telescope making community, is so generous with sharing their ideas. I mean, no one is keeping their secret sauce secret. I mean, there is no secret sauce. Everyone is very generous with sharing and discussing ideas. You know, like last year, Dan, I mean, we spent probably an hour helping you brainstorm,
Yeah.
you know, which ended up not working, but it was all about the altitude direct drive.
I thought it was about the azimuth.
Oh, well, it could have been that too. It was part of it work there. It was, you're right, yes.
I remember the altitude discussion.
Yeah. So anyway, the point being is that, you know, sharing ideas is what this is all about. So there's, you know, even if that was a comment was made in jest, there's no money involved in this workshop at all, except for the barbecue. So there you go. So thank you to everybody. And I will post the links to the recordings, both on Zoom and on YouTube, probably tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, it'll be probably Tuesday. We will see you all again next year. I think October is going to be our new month for sure going forward. It just, summer observing season is over, and the full moon of October just seems to work out pretty well. And with that, I'm going to stop the recording and see you next time.